And I was shown that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day. I'm here to save the day. Okay, fine. You know,
yeah, of course, you can say whatever you want. I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love life, it's kind of like how aware you are, right?
I forgot how to live. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories that gifted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from evil to Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date is Friday, July 26th, in the year of our Lord 2024. Hello, everybody. I'm excited. I am excited to hear from you and to see you. Let's see here. I'm hearing that there is a slight echo. You get an echo. I don't hear it. Anybody else hearing an echo? Okay, I think we're good. Might have been echoing for a second there. Moving on. Today's guest is Nyx. Nyx is an independent researcher into all things strange and unexplained. She has recently begun a hot new podcast called Stygian Charters. We will be talking to her in a moment. By the way, don't forget to go to endofdaysradio.com. From there you can donate to the show, help us keep the lights on and the servers up. Thank you so much to everybody that's donated in the past. We do not charge for this show. It is free for you and free for me. Please help support End of Days Radio. Your donations are all we've got. And you can email me if you have a guest suggestion, a comment, a complaint. If you just want to vent or tell me some crazy story or tell me about a dream you had, you can email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. And also in End of Days Radio World News, it seems that our buddy Dr. Robert just made a trip to Washington, D.C. to meet the lovely and quite famous and powerful, is she, AOC. So he's hopefully going to stop by and tell us the latest in his adventures. He showed me a card, like a business card he must have got from AOC. I guess I can kind of bring it up here. It's kind of sideways. I know that's hard to see. It's impossible to see, come to think of it. I'll have to download that and worry about it later. All right, let's get down to the nitty gritty and bring on our guest. Todd says, get AOC on the show. That's the goal. That's the goal. We would love to talk to the woman herself, but that will come later. Let's go ahead and get on with the program with our guest, Nyx.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fantastic.
Okay, wonderful.
I love the background.
Oh, thank you. I was just kind of experimenting with backgrounds for when I'm on video for shows.
Oh, it's very operatic, very goth. I love it.
Kind of goes with the theme of the show.
Definitely. So, how are you doing today? Are you excited to have launched a new show?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I have people scheduled that I'm going to be talking to that are fascinating, and I hope the listeners enjoy them as much as I do.
So, the reason I know you is because you know a good friend of mine, General Lee.
Yes.
How did you two meet?
He he followed my Instagram page and followed my research and asked me on.
All right. And where are you from originally?
So I'm originally from Northeast Ohio, but I now reside in Northwestern PA.
You were from Ohio and now you're in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
That's quite a ways apart. Why the move?
I just ended up here with an ex, and I just needed to stay here. So yeah.
Okay. Seems that we might be having a little bit of echo. Some people seem to hear it. I don't really hear it. But let's see.
I hear a little bit. I don't know how I get it rid of it.
Let's see here. Let me try messing with the settings a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Is that a little bit better?
I still hear the echo on my end, but I don't know what
Darn.
I do for that.
Are anybody that's hearing echo, you don't have like two windows open or anything like that, do you?
Let me see here. I don't think so. Maybe.
Let's see, I have all the things I can turn on for her. But let's try to turn the volume down. And sometimes StreamYard can kind of be like that. Let's see. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Are you guys still hearing echo?
On my wait, no, I think it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, okay, good. Just had to turn you down a little bit. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, but northeastern Ohio to northwestern Pennsylvania, and the echo is back.
No. Let's see here. Oh, I know what it's from. Oh my, I am such a fool. I had my speakers on.
Oh.
So that might have had something to do with it. I do apologize. I'm sure it completely ruined the intro. Is it gone, guys? Is it gone?
It's
testing.
I might have a little. Yeah, I still have it.
I was hoping that would do it. Darn. Let's try something else here. Let's okay, just give us a testing 1, 2, 3, please, Nyx.
Texting 1, 2, 3. Still there.
Boy.
Let me.
Do you happen to have a headphones?
Yeah, I have headphones in.
Okay, she has headphones in.
And they're wired. They're not Bluetooth.
Gotcha. Let's see. Let me try turning your volume down a little bit more. Let's turn echo cancellation off, see if that does anything.
Testing.
Let's see. How about
1,
now?
2, 3. Still a little bit, not as bad.
That help a little bit. Let's see.
Generally says it's my volume might be too high.
I'm turning it down a little bit more. How about that?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Turn echo cancellation back on.
Yeah, it's still there.
Still there, darn it. Let's see here. Maybe if I turn my volume down a little bit. I don't think it's coming through me though. Testing. Okay, her volume's turned down. Are you guys still hearing the echo?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Let's see here. Weird shit could be the deep state diddling about, possibly. What do you think, Lee? What are we doing wrong here? You there? Oh, Todd says it's better. Are we
can you hear me now, mate?
What's that?
Dan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You know, the crazy thing is that I never really heard it myself. People are saying they're still hearing it.
Can you hear me now, Dan?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Nick,
try to adjust your volume. Look, you're getting huge throwback. But so am I, actually. And I've got mine on low.
Turning her down to about 65. And then I'll turn off background noise.
do you guys hear Lee echoing? Because I can hear him echoing too.
Yeah. I'm echoing.
Yeah, I'm not hearing either echoing.
Oh.
Boy. Laugh out loud, his echoes too. What am I doing wrong here? Boy, this is just terrible. Let's see here. Get out of this. And make sure I have 0 windows open.
Echoing on StreamYard before when I've been on it. So I don't know.
Why am I messing with my camera? That's not going to help.
Hold on a minute.
Next. Let's see.
Go into your... 1 minute. Go on to where it says more. Click on that. Settings. Audio.
Yeah.
And what have you got on that? What have you got set up as though?
It says Mike, it says external.
Have you got it on headset, earpiece, speakerphone, or default?
No, I have headphones in.
Can you try turning down the volume in your headphones? Maybe it's repeating back into the mic. Try reducing it by
like my mic volume?
Yeah, not mic volume, but your headphone volume, just in case it's feeding back through your mic.
Where do I go to do that? Because I don't have those on my headphones.
Try just your master volume on your computer.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
But, you know when we recorded a couple of days ago, what did you use then?
The same thing, the computer, this laptop, and these headphones.
Right, okay. Because there was no problems then, was there?
No.
Let's try some others. Chad, can you talk a little bit? Let's see if you're echoing. Chad, say something, man. Say something.
Oh, hey, I'm here.
There he is. Our wonderful Chad walking through the forest, searching for psychedelic mushrooms.
He's echoing too.
He's echoing too? I'm about to take my mixer and throw it through the window. Let's see. Double checking everything. Nope, nothing's open. Is it something that I'm doing? Let's see here.
What is my headphones output volume?
You could try that. That might help.
Am I echoing? A little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm echoing.
You're echoing too?
Yeah, I can hear it in my headphones.
Okay, let's pull off Nick's for a second. Is everybody still echoing?
Hello.
Yeah.
Really? I am having some bandwidth issues. I don't know if maybe that's part of it, or the still cause.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it. I swear.
Are you uploading? Are the viewers hearing it?
Let me try one more thing. Let's see if this does it.
Someone who knows says echoing on the comments. So
okay, is everybody still echoing?
Hello? Nope.
It's gone.
I don't hear echoes on my end. Do you?
Is it still echoing?
Nope.
Oh, mine's not now. No.
I think you fixed it.
Okay, I see. Very strange. So apparently I have to have my echo cancellation on to stop others from echoing.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. It makes zero sense. But if that's the only way to get this to work, then that will have to be, because otherwise there would be no show today.
Huh, maybe your microphone is just really good.
I don't know what it is, but let me turn on automatically. I'm sure everybody just loves hearing this sound checking. All right, let's get on with the show. Thank you guys for helping out there. Appreciate you. Let's get Nick's back up. All right. Yeah. And you know what? I'm probably safe to kick up her volume back up.
Hopefully.
You still there, Nick?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and just checking with the chat. Everybody sounds good now, right? Everybody sounds good.
And I think he sounds better now. Yeah.
Okay.
Speak again, Nick.
What's that?
That sound now, yeah. Spot
yeah,
on.
it sounds perfect. Crystal.
Good. Okay. We are good to go. Good to go. So where were we? We were talking about Ohio.
I'm originally from Northeast Ohio, and I am now in Northwestern Pennsylvania, about an hour and 20 minutes from where I'm originally from and where my parents still are. And I had moved out to Pennsylvania with an ex. And I just stayed here with my job and everything. And it's not like my hometown's far away, and I could still visit my family regularly.
All right. Any major difference in the climate there?
No, not at all. It's about the same, because up being in the northern part of Ohio and Pennsylvania, you have Lake Erie. So it's pretty much the same type of weather, the same humidity in the summer. And we're in the snow belt, so we get hammered with snow in the winter. So yeah, not too much of a difference.
So I had a chance to listen to your first 3 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely like what I'm hearing. At what point did you, I like to always ask this question early on, but at what point did you start to kind of get into this stuff? Has it been a lifelong thing or something more recent in adult life?
Yeah, it's kind of been a lifelong thing. I would say probably in 6th grade, I started getting very interested in the paranormal. It started off with things like hauntings and UFOs, and eventually it evolved into cryptids. I was a criminal justice major. I did police academy, so
dang.
Yeah. So serial killers and true crime became an interest, and eventually conspiracies. And I'm interested in Christian eschatology, big on the Nephilim material, love hearing about that stuff, secret societies and the mystery schools. So, they all were kind of like stepping stones, and I always was very fascinated with them. Although as a child, I was very scared of like stuff like that. So it was like when I was a child, that was the stuff I feared and was running away from. And as an adult, now I find myself running towards that kind of stuff, wanting to know the whys behind it.
Interesting. Yeah, I can say that's been a similar experience. I mean, I've had a similar experience where as a kid, I was just terrified of paranormal ghosts. I hated gray aliens. Oh man, I remember there was a show called Unsolved Mysteries where they'd play that creepy theme music, and
there's a couple of really creepy episodes that creep me out too.
Oh yeah. The gray aliens from that show really freaked me out. And then I saw a movie. What was it called? It was the one I think about Travis Walton.
Oh, Fire in the Sky?
Fire in the Sky. Man, that one freaked me out.
Yeah, that freaked a lot of people out when it came out.
But I think that I spent a lot of my formative years kind of denying it, because to me it felt like if I could convince myself that it was all fake and none of it was real, then I felt more safe. Was that kind of how it was for you?
A little bit. When I was probably when I hit middle school, my dad told me about my grandparents' house, that when they moved there from Pittsburgh, someone that lived there previously had committed suicide in the garage. And he had 4 sisters, and they all had experienced things in that house. Footsteps on the roof every day at a certain time. Things would fly off the garage wall when the garage door was shut. My dad, he had a small room, like the size of a walk-in closet, and he said he threw the pillow, and where it should have hit the wall, it hit midair and dropped.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, so it was, and when they moved there, people, would ask him and his sisters, they're like, "Oh, you moved in the haunted house," and so it was known. And my grandma was part of a bridge club, and a woman came in to play bridge, and she didn't know anything about the house, but she said to my grandma, she's like, "You have something in your house," and she, cleaned the house like in Poltergeist. And supposedly one of her ancestors was burned at the stake in the Salem witch trials, and nothing had happened there since. And my dad, he's not big on embellishing stories. He's pretty grounded and stuff. So to know that him and my aunts and then my grandparents, they all experienced it, that told me that the paranormal existed. And when he bought the house they live in now, he said he was terrified because the house was built in 1817. And he was terrified that there was going to be something residing in that house, an entity or spirit. But thankfully, we didn't have that. But from that experience, he was worried when he moved into such an old house. But since my family has experienced the paranormal on a pretty significant scale, that kind of solidified it for me as, being a real thing going on. So a real phenomena.
I noticed that, well, actually, I want to get to that later. I did want to ask about the name of your show, Stygian Charters. So yeah. What does that mean exactly?
So it's funny. This was, a huge synchronicity, and it's kind of wild to tell it. So I always was interested in Greek mythology, and I always thought that the river Styx and the ferryman, most people mispronounce his name as Charon. It's actually, and it's spelled Charon, but it's actually pronounced Karen. I feel bad for the fellow because he's associated with the world's Karens today. So, but I was trying to make something work with him to set kind of the mood of the show, because we do explore, unexplained and strange phenomena. And I'm like, I can't figure this out. So I was just scrolling through Instagram one day, and I saw this sponsored post about an owl. Now, side note, I love owls, and I have for many years. Before I entered the conspiracy community, before I knew about Bohemian Grove, which I always found interesting because I can see how they would associate the owl with Minerva, but they talk about it as Moloch a lot. But I'm not sure how that connection happened because he's like a bull-headed deity. But anyways, so I saw this post about an owl, and I had never heard about it before. And it is in Central and South America and in the Caribbean. But the thing that was really cool about this owl is when artificial light hits its eyes, they turn red. So they called it the Stygian owl. And Stygian means dark and gloomy, associated with the river Styx. So when I looked up, when I looked up the owl, I'm like, what's Stygian mean? And there it was right there. And I was like, that's crazy. I was trying to figure something out with that, and that came up. And I wasn't like, searching a lot of stuff like that would have brought that up. It was just weird. It was just a sponsored post that came up, and that's how Stygian Charters was born.
Interesting about the owls. I've kind of had similar thoughts when I was trying to figure out the whole owl thing. Like I of course heard of the Moloch stuff, but I didn't know about the Minerva owl, and I believe that it's also associated with the Bavarian Illuminati. There's a little bit of a tie-in there. I remember the what was the movie called? Clash of the Titans, I think, with the little robot owl.
I don't know if I saw that. I don't get to watch too many movies, but
also interesting is that they can kind of see in the dark. I believe that has something to do with the symbology. And I know they're associated with wisdom too, probably because of the Minerva Athena connection as well.
Right. And it's kind of funny because they're not really smart birds at all. But yeah, with Minerva, they're associated with her because of the wisdom element. And I know there was another secret society of some sort. It was something with owls. It was some secret society with the owls.
Yeah. I know in the Batman comics, there's I think it's called the Court of the Owls. It's kind of like a secret society where Gotham's rich and powerful families get together and kind of conspire. And also there's the Lilith connection as well. Oh yeah, somebody just mentioned it. Lilith shown with owls, definitely. I think she's called the Screech Owl.
Yeah.
And there's
I think there's something in biblical scripture too about her and owls. And then the satires, I forget what chapter and what verse that is, but yeah, that is accurate.
I listened to your episode with William Ramsey. You know, he's one of my favorites, and you guys were talking about the Memphis Three.
Yes.
And that, I mean, I don't really, that's one thing that I probably should have researched more, and I don't know a whole lot about it. But do I have the idea right that these guys kind of got away with murder?
In some sense, a little bit, yes. I think it was they were in prison for 18 years before they were released on an Alfred plea. And what the Alfred plea is they have to continue to plead guilty and acknowledge that the state has enough evidence to convict them. But they gave them this Alfred plea. You plead guilty, you keep the murder charges, and you can be released. And that's what they did. So they still have those that record and those charges of murder on them. And as I was talking to William, they were starting to get a huge backing from celebrities and all kinds of people. And, because they had tried to appeal their convictions before, and it wasn't overturned. They continued to be guilty. So they're still guilty in a court of law, but they were released. So now they can't go back to court and fight those charges. That part of the deal is, those stick. You can't, try to come back into the court and get that overturned. So what they're trying to do now is they keep saying that they have DNA evidence and this and that, and they're going to get a test and it's going to exonerate them and show their innocence, but nothing's come of that. It seems to be more talk than anything else. And they seem to like every so often point their fingers at somebody, and then, you know, it doesn't end up to be that person and stuff. So they're kind of just trying to clear their names outside of the court of law. And it seems like some of their celebrity backings and stuff has died down over the years, but they continue to say they're going to prove that they're innocent.
And it's my understanding there was some Satanism involved here.
So Damien Eccles definitely dabbled into the occult. He was very into Aleister Crowley.
And Damien Eccles is the leader of the three, right? He's like the kid that peer pressures the other kids into doing stupid shit.
Yeah. So so he was charged as an adult, because I think he was 18 at the time. So, and I think he was on death row, but he was very interested in Aleister Crowley. He had a long history of mental health. There's a lot of reports. I forget what the report is of his mental health that William mentioned, but you know, it talks about, you know, he liked to drink blood. I mean, from, you know, if people would let him. He also killed animals and skinned them and bleached their skulls, and did a lot of awful things like that. So he wasn't mentally well, and he seemed to have a very dark side. Because I don't want to say that anyone involved in the occult is like that, but there's those practitioners and people that take a much darker route, and you know, that involves things like violence and animal sacrifice, and potentially cases of human sacrifice. And that's what is speculated in the case of the West Memphis Three. And William Ramsey has done a really good job covering a lot of it. And he even had Chris Knowles on, and Chris Knowles talked about the druidic element to it at the crime scene, the things that suggest there was a druid component to it.
A druid component. That's interesting, because I've been kind of studying this a little bit, and kind of what I concluded was that the people that rule the world basically are druids.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very ancient religion, and it's still practiced today. I actually know a woman who is a druid, so in an active grove. So, you know, a coven is to witches as a grove is to druids.
A grove.
So,
that
they
is
call
interesting.
It a grove. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Like one thing I hear all the time is like Satanist this and Satanist that. I'm not saying that these people aren't Satanists, but when you actually look into what they believe, they seem to believe in a lot of things, like the gods.
Yeah. I mean, I think you definitely have to be careful about that. And when you say Satanist, as I discussed with William Ramsey, there's a dozen different types of Satanism. It's not, you know, just all Anton Lavey, the Church of Satan, or the, you know, Satanic Temple. There's all kinds of different Satanism, where it's like Anton Lavey's, it's like an atheistic Satanism. He's more of a symbol to them, or a metaphor, but they're more about themselves. They don't believe in actual Satan. So, but you have Luciferians, you have oh gosh, what is it? Theist Satanist, which would kind of be the Temple of Set, and some other sects of Satanism, which actually do believe in Satan and the cosmic battle between God and Satan. But I mean, there's a dozen different forms of Satanism. And then you do have other religions that have a dark component to them, but they're not, you know, necessarily Satanism. So like you said, gods and deities and stuff like that. So Like you look back in like, Sumeria or Babylon and some of the deities they were worshiping, which, sacrifice was involved.
Definitely. There were the Carthage.
Yeah.
That was a major. But what's strange to me is that this stuff was going on in Carthage, and supposedly the Romans just went in there and kind of wiped them all out. But then you hear the same deities being brought up today, like Baal and Moloch.
Yep. Those
guys. It's really a curious thing. And supposedly they were sacrificing children.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, not to I'm not trying to freak anybody out or anything, but as many know, I have dabbled a little bit in black magic. Not part of my life anymore. I'm with the big guy now. I'm with God in Christ. But I remember when I was getting into it, I was really craving blood. Like I wanted to drink it. I wanted to just like drink it like a bottle of True Blood or a bottle of Coke. Like there was some kind of really creepy, crazy desire sprouting in me. It just sounded like the most tasty thing ever. And I just have to wonder, is this the same thing that was going on with Damien Eccles and these other people? And then that begs other questions, like this whole Gothic idea. People like Marilyn Manson, the list goes on and on. All these different performers. And we kind of look at it like metal music, stuff like that. Even rap now, pop has a lot of Satanism going on. We kind of look at it like it's an innocent thing, all this Gothic imagery, but do we really know what effect it's having on people, especially children? Could this be perverting their mind in some way?
Oh yeah, I think definitely they're pushing, some kind of agenda. They're definitely steering it away from at least a Christian angle from it. So they definitely seem to have darker imagery and darker subject matter, and some of them are very blatant. In I forget the one, Dojo Cat. Tons of satanic imagery.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you think of any examples of it?
So I can't think of off the top of my head because I haven't really looked at her. But if you look at some of her videos or some of her posts and stuff, I mean, she makes herself look very demonic.
I just thought of one. There's a song on the radio where she's saying, "I'm a demon lord," and then there's some other lyrics in there too, where it definitely sounds like demonic type of stuff. So yeah, and also Ice Spice at the Super Bowl last year, she's doing the
yeah. The Super Bowl has definitely had a lot of examples of dark elements. You had Katy Perry, and it looked like she was the Scarlet Whore riding the beast. The one year, and then I didn't see this one, but I know they talked about Lady Gaga and her falling from the sky. And they were kind of comparing it to Lucifer's fall from heaven. So yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff in the Super Bowl, and a lot of times people try to pass some of this stuff off as creative art, but I mean, I don't know, like the way they do it, like sometimes it seems really weird what they're doing, and you're like, what is this? This is strange. And normally if you do some research and stuff, you find, it does actually have a meaning, and a lot of time it's something, dark.
Yeah, definitely. There's also Rihanna, that whole thing where she's got this red dress on. She appears to be carrying a child, and she's like ascending straight in the air quickly too. I mean, visually it was spectacular. I can't say I did not enjoy it, but I was definitely getting some kind of Luciferian shoot for the skies, human potential type of thing going on there. I feel like there's some kind of message going on there. But the weird thing is, like, people that are into this stuff, if you talk to them, they'll tell you that they're atheists, and then they'll go on to kind of talk about how much they love Satan, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No, not at all. Not at all. That if you love Satan, or you're or you think that he does exist, then you're not an atheist. So what is it? It's like from The Princess Bride. That word you keep using, I do not think it means what you think it means. So yeah, some people have the definition of a atheist wrong. But what is also interesting is you're seeing a lot of normalization of Satan. Like, you have the show Lucifer. He actually is a good guy in that. They have him.
Funny that you mentioned that, because I was super into that show, and then I started to get into the comics. I was collecting the graphic novels and even the comics themselves, and I have to admit, it got me to really think of Lucifer, or the devil, in a positive way, to see him almost like he's a victim of slander. That's
that Luciferianism. That's what the Luciferians believe. They believe that he was actually the good guy, that he liberated mankind from the oppression of God, and he gave them the knowledge to choose free will. So Luciferians look at Lucifer as the way Prometheus is looked at for giving mankind fire against the other gods' wishes.
Yeah, and that stuff can be very appealing and very seductive as well. I think that the vampire thing is also very seductive. Yeah. It's got like romantic qualities to it, and
between Twilight, Anne Rice, who wrote Interview with the Vampire, they tend to glamorize vampirism in a lot of yes, yeah. So instead of the way they used to make the vampire look, like in, what is that, Nosotru, or what is that one?
Oh, Nosferatu.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, they've taken, done a complete 180 and like have glamorized vampires.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, but I love The Princess Bride.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is got to be one of my top 5. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Inconceivable.
Yeah, yes. Stop writing. I mean it. Anybody want to
paint it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Andre the Giant had a great performance in that movie.
Absolutely. That was a wonderful movie.
Rats of Unusual Size. So, man, this Satanism thing, it freaks me out, because I just come to realize like how widespread it is. And I heard something. I mean, I don't know if I should go here, but something very interesting in that William Ramsey interview, that surrounding the Memphis Three case, there was a lot of, I'm going to come out right and say it, Jewish influence.
Yeah, he did talk about that. I'm not super familiar with those individuals who were behind. I guess they were behind the documentary Paradise Lost, which is a 3-part documentary series that HBO put out. And until I started listening to podcasts, and William Ramsey was one of the first podcasts I started to listen to very, seriously. And he was like talking about, the West Memphis Three being guilty and stuff. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, they see everything I've seen like points to their innocence. And then like he's talking about and showing where you can find this stuff, and he includes it in his books. And it's, so you're getting only one side of the story from that HBO series. They're not talking about all the other evidence that was used against them to get their conviction. And they talked about like Jesse Miss Kelly was like interrogated for like hours long and stuff. And, they didn't treat him well, and, there was coercion and stuff, but there wasn't. And, Jesse was, I think they like allowed him to call his dad. I mean, it's not like he was chained to an interview room when he confessed, and he confessed a number of times. And he's always continue to stick with that they did it.
Looks like we have a newcomer joining us on panel. I could only see her eyes, but Cheryl, are you there?
I am.
Welcome to the show.
Well, I'm enjoying it.
Awesome. Do we know each other from social media or anything like that?
No, but you know the funny part? I live above Aaron.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you guys know each other.
She's my upstairs
We do.
neighbor, yeah.
All right, cool.
Cheryl is somebody else you might want to consider having on. She is astounding woman, and she is a medium, and
all right.
she is a lightning survivor.
You got hit by lightning.
I did, and survived 18 years ago. Yeah. Yes, I did.
Were you grabbing a tree or playing golf or something? Like,
I was walking to. I just got out of the car. I was walking to my grandmother's house, and my mom saw it. She said it was a ball of lightning that hit me. I think it was going for the tree, but it got me on the way.
It was a ball lightning.
Yes. Yep.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah. So, but Aaron or Nix and I like to talk about all this different stuff because I'm definitely all about God, universe, creator, but I've also dealt with people that get into the darker side, and so it's quite interesting. But Nix is incredible. She has a memory that just is incredible.
Did you feel different after you got struck, or was that kind of when your mediumship began?
No, I had it before that. Yeah, I was pretty much born with it, but did not know it. But I did a lot of growing because for 8 years I couldn't do nothing. I mean, it was miserable. But so I did a lot of growing in that process. So, yeah.
So do you often have spirits trying to communicate with you? Like, do you wake up and hear voices?
All the time, honey. Yeah, all the time. I mean, I'm not afraid to use it, and I do use it. And I try to help people with it, with my gifts. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Have you ever gotten into the crime stuff? Have you tried to figure out?
Yes, I used to look for missing people, like literally go out, look for them, because law enforcement is so busy. They don't always have the time to do it. So, yes, I have.
Did you have any success?
I did not find the exact location, but I got them in areas where they need to be. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Well,
yeah.
Cheryl, do you have anything you wanted to add to the discussion? Any of this stuff about Satanism or any of that? Is that any of that?
Oh, it's very alive, and I kind of find it kind of sad. But they look at Satan as their god, like we look at. We say the white light, a god of good, and so, I mean, I've always been in that realm, but Satanism is very true, and as you guys have pointed out, it does. It has got commercialized and made to be like a good thing, and it's not. I mean, people get in a dark place in their life, and it causes confusion and chaos, and it sometimes totally destroys their life. So, yeah, it's just not a good thing. Period.
Yeah. Here on the destroying people's lives, it seems that these negative entities, they're chaos beings, and that's exactly what they do to your life. They send you into a chaotic spiral. Yeah.
But what we have to remember is we have that will to choose, but people get so involved in it and think that it's the right thing, and that negative just builds on top of itself, and they get stuck a lot of times.
And to add to that, I think a lot of people gravitate towards it because, you know, even like Anton Lavey's Church of Satan, it's, you know, kind of, you know, the same, like as Crowley said, do what thou wilt, you know, do what you want. You know, you're placing yourself above everyone else and, you know, fulfilling your wishes. It's very selfish and self-centered at times.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to turn their life into a video game like Grand Theft Auto, where you can go hijack cars and beat up random people and have zero consequences and zero guilt because of it? That's definitely got to be part of the seduction.
Yeah, that's not reality. But like you said, you were playing and dabbling in black magic and things of that sort, and you said you had that craving to drink blood. What happens is it's the same as when you're in a state of euphoria of the white light. You get in the same state of mind and it just takes over, and you want that darkness because you see other people and they say how great it is, and you get in the same euphoria but not in a good way, and that's why people then enjoy it.
Definitely. Todd Miller asks, Cheryl, are the spirits saying anything right now?
They always do, honest to God. When you open yourself up to it at all times to work with it and use it, yes, they do talk. And how do I say? Like, they're telling me that Aaron's going to, or Nick's, is going to really succeed at what she desires in this podcast. And the same thing with you. It's just going to keep growing because when people are informed of all the sides of, you know, every different angle, then it gives them a proper way to move forward in their life. So yes, they're saying, and oh boy, I just got the chills. When I get the chills, that is total confirmation. They're touching in, letting you know that you're on the right track of what's coming out of your mouth. So things are going to change for the better, and a lot of the darkness will go away. It's not going to be easy, but it will go away, and the world will get lighter. And they say, well, like one person trying to do, you can say God's work, the universe, whatever. One person outdoes like a 1,000 darkness. So it doesn't take that much of the good side to outdo the negative areas. So yeah, it's all going to grow. It's going to be great.
I think I know what you're talking about. That tingly atmospheric change, sensation. I like to think I'm a little bit in tune, or a tiny bit intuition.
You're more than a little bit in tune, or you wouldn't be doing this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're right, by the way.
Yeah.
Boy, Cheryl, I would love if you joined us again sometime. I'd love to hear more.
I'd love to.
All right. Maybe you could be our official medium here.
Oh, hey, we'd have fun. There's no doubt about it. That's what Nick's and I, we can't even like say hi, because next thing you know, we're talking for like an hour and she's like supposed to get back to work, you know. So.
It's true. It's true. We just go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. And let's go ahead and see if we can get I always like to go to Jonah first because his connection can be very spotty. Jonah, are you present?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there it is. There's that.
Yeah, I was just throwing some fire in.
All right.
So yeah, I sent you actually to go online with this whole conversation. I sent you a screen grab that I took real quick. It actually goes completely in. I can read it, but if you want to bring it up, because it actually aligns with everything that's been talked about so far, so to speak, with Lucifer. Yes, okay. I have a wealth of information there.
What's going on with Lucifer today?
So actually, that quote is directly from Pike's Morals and Dogma, and now it's actually where it's a quote from where he talks about how Lucifer is actually for good, but can be used for evil. So I thought that would fit in with what we were talking about right away, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I sent it to you DM if you want to bring it up. If not, that's not a big deal. But the reason I bring it up is when we're talking about the media, whatnot, and all the Luciferian connections as far as within the media.
Sure.
I would have to say, do either of you know about 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Hollywood?
Wait, say that one more time, please.
Of the 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Hollywood, it's an address.
You mean where all their names are on the stars, or?
No. It's the Creative Intelligence Agency or Central Artist Agency. So remember in Mockingbird, Project Mockingbird, 1975, it came up in the Church Report. Well, then that same year they created it's actually called the Creative Artist Agency. It's the #1 agency in all of media and sports. And their symbolism, actually, their two buildings are actually the compass and square. If you look at this, what's called the satellite images, even on Google. So there's definitely
about it.
Yeah. Ironically enough, Jonah Hill played some movie or some television show where he was what's it called there? He was in whatever, and they used those buildings as the backdrop. So as far as that, and as far as the Satanism, Luciferianism, I'm undecided myself, so I was looking to get you guys' opinion. Do you think it's more prevalent now? Do you think it's more blatant now? Or are you of the opinion that you're just more educated?
Go ahead, Nick. You go first.
I think, certain forms of Satanism are more prevalent and people are more comfortable talking about, such as the Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple. However, I think some of the other sects of Satanism that may be a bit more nefarious, doing illegal things, people may not want to be very open about that. I also don't think probably a lot of super elites would maybe let people know it. I know some of the celebrities, kind of flaunt it a lot of times, either authentically or as part of their act. But I guess it depends on what form, what Satanism they identify with. I think some people, are more, comfortable talking about it if it's something like, the Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple. But I think some of those darker ones, they might not be so open to disclose.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, yep. See that connection? He's gone. He disappeared. But to answer his question, I feel like it's definitely more prevalent. Earlier we talked about the Lucifer show. Mm-hmm. I feel like there is some kind of agenda there that devil worship is definitely on the menu. But somebody mentioned this to me. I can't remember if it was on social media or on the show, but we were talking about how the occult is becoming a lot more popular, and how the people that are into it, whether it's some of these vapid celebrities or some of these kids that get into the Gothic stuff, mm-hmm. they kind of have a misunderstanding of it. Like a lot of them are atheists and they don't really know what they're dealing with. They're just kind of doing it because it's cool, it's trendy. Mm-hmm. They get certain tattoos that they probably don't even know the meaning of. So there's that aspect to it. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I do feel like a lot of people would talk about Lucifer nowadays, like even on social media or in the movies, yep. TV shows. Yeah, you've noticed that, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot. Recently, the movie Longlegs came out.
Ooh.
Which which was another weird synchronicity for me, because in the movie, I'm not giving too much away when I say this, it would be part of the synopsis, but the victims are chosen of families whose daughters were born on the 14th. And they say in the movie the first murder occurred on July 14th. I went to see the movie on my birthday, July 14th.
You actually went to see it? I'm too scared.
Yeah, no, yeah. Oh no, I wanted to see it. I was
braver than
hoping
that.
it was going to be as good as they said it was, but it wasn't terrible. It was very artsy. Nicolas Cage was really weird looking in it. He looked like, I don't know, a skinnier Mrs. Doubtfire that got hit by a bus. I don't know what really was up with his get up. I'm sure there's pictures out there now that it's been out for a little bit, but they were very trying to keep what his character looked like under wraps before the movie was released. So, but I mean, you know, that was, you know, a movie that came out recently, you know, that talks about Satanism, although in the movie they don't get super into whatever Satanism he's involved in, but obviously it's a dark form if you're killing people. So, but you definitely see more of it. You see more of it today. And when I talked to William Ramsey, you probably heard we talked about the Lanning report, and I'm just blown away that the Lanning report ignores all this evidence of occult ritualistic murders and says these kind of things don't happen. And then you have offshoots of like the Order of Nine Angles, 764, who are grooming children online and trying to get them to self-harm and send you know, child abuse material pictures, CP. So, and they identify as being Satanist, oftentimes to white supremacists. So, and
Yes,
it's like,
Nazis.
Yeah, so it's just, the Lanning report needs to be revisited because he must have had his head up his ass.
Landing report. I'm not really familiar with this. Could you go in a little bit deeper what this is exactly?
So the Lanning report was done by Kenneth Lanning, and kind of at the height of what they call the Satanic Panic, which, sure, I believe a lot of those probably were hoaxes, but there's truth in some of those reports too that checked out. But you know, when there's the McMartin preschool, I forget the Presidio, those were all child abuse ritualistic cases. He also talked about, you know, that stuff wasn't happening. Children weren't being ritualistically abused when there was a lot of like very strong evidence suggesting they had been, such as they had venereal diseases, you know, these little kids.
Yeah, how's that happen to kids?
Yeah, exactly. So, but lots of cover up there. I don't know if I'm sure you're familiar with Dave McGowan's program, The Kill, but his section on, you know, children being ritualistically abused gives you a dozen examples of that. But there's also like cases like the Chicago Ripper crew, where they were three men and they went out and they killed women and they were Satanists, and they would do all kinds of weird stuff, you know, over body parts, and it's dark. But it's like the Lanning report is only willing to consider it something of satanic ritualistic homicide or abuse if it's like, I don't know, like it can't be one person, it's got to be more than two, but you know, like an organized, you know, satanic group like that's recognized officially, which it doesn't happen like that. And also like they don't consider like dabblers and stuff. Like, well, you might not believe, you know, what he believes, but he does. And if he believes in Satan and he did this for Satan, then that's his intent. How can you say it's not, you know? So like they don't look at, you know, the Lanning report wouldn't recognize Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, as, you know, ritualistic homicides. Why? I couldn't tell you. Your guess is as good as mine. So, but then like recently we had, the 764, the offshoot of the Order of Nine Angles, and there's arrest. I mean,
764.
Yeah, it's an offshoot of the Order of Nine Angles, pretty much same ideology. It was acknowledged in mainstream media, but like the New York Post did an article on it, but I guess I don't feel like it was like though being shown on TV and stuff like that. But there is arrests for these guys, grooming children and stuff, and sexually abusing children, or getting them to send them, inappropriate pictures and stuff. It's legit, but and that's why William and I were saying they really need to revisit this planning report, and in a very serious way, because it's completely being ignored. And again, Dave McGowan's book does a really good job, and also gives you the citations and references of where you can find this material. And that's the thing, a lot of people, it's like they almost can get away with this because most people just believe whatever the media says. But you have Operation Mockingbird, where they were allowed to feed us propaganda, and you had the Smith Modernization Act of 2012, which Obama signed back into effect, and it also allows, I think it was the military, to feed us propaganda. So, so we, it's out there, it's happening, but they just don't talk about it and don't want you to know about it.
That makes me think of another person that seems to be very tied to this type of stuff. And also, if these allegations were true, he got away with it. And the person I'm talking about is none other than Michael Aquino.
Yep. And that's the thing too, like I said, I think it was the Presidio, where he was, and where the kids had venereal diseases. And there was even a little girl that described his house, and described the inside of his house. And she said his walls were painted black. And when they went to investigate, there wasn't any black walls, but they saw that he had recently painted the walls, and it looked like the original color had been black. So, and there's a lot of things that indicate Aquino in being involved in that, although he was not convicted, and then he, was suing everybody that insinuated that, that he did this. But there's a lot of evidence out there that suggests otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the reason I bring him up is there does seem to be some force out there that's helping cover up these types of crimes. And I think that Aquino being the head of PSYOPs in this country, and I believe there's a major political figure nowadays that was actually one of his top students. I can't remember what his name was, but I believe he's very involved with politics today. Mm-hmm. But the fact that he got away with it, and, I say this all the time, but I was able to interview him once or twice, and
really
it seemed like a very nice old man, and put all the accusations into the category of, oh, this was my religion, they were persecuting me because of religious differences. But especially having had experiences with the demonic, I find that very hard to believe. And this kind of goes back to the idea of Lucifer being the good guy. Well, if Lucifer is a good guy, then why do these people that worship him get into pedophilia and child sacrifice?
Yeah.
I don't think Jesus was. They say Lucifer's Jesus, but to me, that's a very major deception.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Aquino originally had hooked up with Anton Lavey and started off in the Church of Satan, and then he kind of didn't particularly like where the Church of Satan was going, because Anton Lavey was allowing people to purchase memberships or promotions.
And Aquino had a little bit different view on what Satanism should look like.
Yes.
So when he started the Church of Set, he wanted to make it more pure form. And the Church of Set, Set is the Egyptian god of the the dark
Correct,
side or
yep.
whatever,
Mhm,
that
that's
represented the
good.
darkness. Hello, Nix. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. Great to see you here. Glad General Lee sent you over our way.
Yeah, I actually listened to your episodes with him on H.P. Lovecraft. I love H.P. Lovecraft, so
I'm a
I
big
really,
fan.
yeah, I really enjoyed those episodes. So they were
I
super
appreciate
good.
that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Robbie Marks was on there, who's just a wealth of
Yes.
information. And my
Yes.
brain was not working. I should have drank more coffee that day,
Right.
that night.
Right.
I was drinking Monsters in tribute to Lovecraft, but it wasn't working. So I was kind
Right.
of like, what was the name of that story? I was kind of out of it, but thank you. I appreciate that, Nick. No, it's
Yeah,
good to have you
absolutely.
on here. I went over to your channel as soon as I heard you were coming on here, and started listening to a couple of your episodes. I just found you this week when Daniel announced you're coming on. So right on, keep going, plug away at it.
Yeah.
Welcome to End of Days Radio, because
Well,
we've been
thank you.
all
I'm
over these
super
topics.
excited to be. I'm super excited to be here. And just so you know, I think my favorite H.P. Lovecraft story is The Hound.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I was hoping you guys would talk about it, but
well, there's so many.
Right. There is.
The Hound is a shorter story.
Mhm.
It's in the short story.
But it creeped me out, like in modern day world, and that's kind of unusual.
Oh yeah. Lovecraft is so. I associate Crowley and Lovecraft because I found them both about the same time. I mentioned a little bit earlier on the chat about how Ozzy helped make Crowley famous because he put out a song called Mr. Crowley in 1980.
Yeah,
and
I
then
think
his second record, Diary of a Madman, looked like a picture of Aleister Crowley on the cover, and the whole thing just sounded like a tribute to Crowley, and so guided a whole generation of kids down that magic Crowley lane.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin would be another individual that kind of popularized Thelema when he got super into it and even bought Bullskin House.
I don't think most people knew, though. Like Crowley Ozzy doesn't mention Thelema. Thelema is OTO. Golden Dawn is the precursor almost. Crowley's version of the Golden Dawn, or whatever his version. Thelema was a little more hidden, still is, I would say, to this day.
Yeah, I think one of Tool's band members, I think, is a Thelemite.
So, well, in California, fucking probably 1 out of every 6 people members of or OTO.
Yeah,
no, I'm just teasing. There were OTO groups in Salt Lake, when I was young. When I got older, when I realized what the OTO was, Crowley you didn't see OTO like in Salt Lake. Salt Lake was like a Mormon city, but you could find references to it, and then you figure out they're real heavy in California. And so by the time I started realizing who they were, I'm like, man, there's no way I'm joining that, because I was a conspiracy buff from about 17, like back in the 80s. So I kind of knew, wow, there's a conspiracy going on, and I was into magic, so I was the weird combination of the magic and conspiracy meets.
Right.
And Lovecraft is one of those authors, by the way, that brings conspiracy and magic together at a time when no one was even thinking or talking about this stuff, if you read back in his stories. But well, I didn't want to go on. What's on your mind next?
So we were talking about Aquino. So he also went over, I wondered if he had any white supremacy ideology, because he went to Wolfsburg Castle, which was Himmler's castle, and he did a ritual in that crypt down there, which is like, that's super dark. Like, that's to me, that sounds like you're paying homage, like, by doing that.
Man,
I think the Nazis were very low-key satanic, or maybe not so low-key.
Here's the thing about all these people: Crowley, Ozzy, Aquino. They're the rock being thrown into the center of the lake, right? Into the pond, the still pond. Boom, soon as they hit, ripples spread out. So people take their information, they're caught up in it, those that are caught up in it. They're looking at it. They're a dim reflection of Anton Lavey or Aquino, people that find it later on down the road. So other people, like we were talking about Damien Eccles, boy, they might grab a hold of this and really use it and make a big thing out of it and become evil. Or Ramirez, the Night Stalker. I mean, here's a Satanist. I mean, that's into it for the killing and the murder and the blood and all the almost fictional. It's almost a fantasy where he's taking it.
Right.
Sometimes,
I think if you put like when influential people or people in positions of influence, when they do things like this, they potentially are trend setting. And then people are like, oh wow, that's edgy, that's cool. And they pick up on it and then they run with it. And then, for sure.
Some people might run along and think it's real cool and then kind of grow out of it as they become adult, realize, wow, this is either bad or this is silly or whatever it is. Don't become murderers or killers just because they read or did a ritual from Anton Lavey's book that was one of the biggest sellers in the United States.
One thing that I find interesting about the whole Temple of Set, Michael Aquino thing is how Anton Lavey's daughter got all on board with Michael Aquino.
She went with Aquino. That's right. She went over to his side. Well, Aquino had a more powerful personality in the sense that he was like more real about it. Lavey's known as a showman. He's putting on an act. Wow, it's incredible. Look at the devil horns and the naked
I think he was like in the circus before, wasn't he? Like before.
Yeah, he was a lion tamer.
He's a showman
for the circus, and then he realized how to put on a show. And so maybe his daughter wanted more real stuff because Aquino was getting a little more serious. But that comes back again to the mind wars, because Daniel had Aquino on a long time ago. He's interviewing him. We were talking about mind wars. We always talk about this. Aquino said this was a softer, gentler way to fight the enemy. We're not killing them if we're convincing them that vampires are attacking them or their ancestral spirits are telling them to surrender. That's a softer, gentler way to fight a war. That's what Aquino would say.
Yeah, subtle grooming.
About his techniques.
I started reading Mind War, and I got to a part where it was basically justifying the U.S. government spying on its own people. I shut the book, I threw it against the wall, and I was done with it.
And that was long before they admitted, or that we all found out that they've been doing this forever. Much further back than they tell us. But Nick, thanks for coming on here. It's a good pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hope you come back again. And Cheryl, your friend, I love mediums.
Oh yeah, she's
my
lovely.
view of magic is that magic is not all bad. There might be some bad actors and some bad elements in this thing, but at the same time, magic is very powerful, and they use it. So I think we need to use it, and that's been my message for a long time.
Yeah, I have shout out to my one friend who I've done a couple of podcasts with her. She has a YouTube channel. Her name's Megan. She's 7 Degrees of Wisdom, and she also does paranormal research and stuff. But she is a practicing occultist, and she's lovely, like sweetest girl. I love her to death. And so
I think I heard of her before.
Yeah, so she's been on General Lee's show as well. So but yeah, she would, the type of friend you could call up in the middle of the night if you needed anything. So super sweet girl.
No, I love that. Some of the only evidence that I've seen in my I've spent my life looking at the occult, looking at, is this real? Is there something happening behind the scenes here? Is there something really going on? And about the only times I ever found it was when I ran into a few psychic mediums that told me stuff or proved to me, wow, there's something going on behind the veil here. I've seen a few examples besides that, but I have ran into a few psychics over the years that chilled me to the bone with their powerful wow, there's something going on behind the scenes. But thank you for coming on. It's nice to meet you. And I'll drop off and listen.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Going back to this movie, Longlegs.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it. Like I said, I'm just. There's a part in the previews where it shows one of the characters looking at a book, and it's got the sigil of Lucifer there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, what's going on here? Is there some kind of something behind this? Is this like?
So the FBI agent was looking, I think, at the book that had the sigil in it. So, and that's before you really. That was towards the beginning, but yeah, it did show the sigil of Lucifer in there.
I feel like that's it's a little disturbing to me, because I personally know the power of the sigil, and to put it on TV or put it in the movies where millions of people are going to be staring at it. Who knows what they're doing with that? They're trying to like literally bring people into that magic, and that's really terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what the effect that could have on people, especially like a large audience. Sigils are definitely interesting, and I do think they, obviously can be used for nefarious purposes, depending on the person using it and their intent.
Definitely. Let's see here. We talked about do you like horror movies?
I do. Normally, if it's going to be something really scary, I wait to watch it with somebody. Some things I can watch by myself, but when it gets like demonic and stuff like that, I can't watch those things by myself. Or if things are like jumping out every couple minutes, I can't do that either. Not by myself, but I do enjoy scary movies.
Do you have any favorites?
Ooh, favorites. I'm trying to think of
The Ring, maybe.
The Ring, yeah, that freaked me out. I saw that in theaters, and I remember that night when I went to bed, I put one of my dimmer lights on because I was so freaked out, because I kept picturing the girl coming out of the well and out of the TV. So I have to say that, what was it? The Conjuring, the first Conjuring freaked me out. Like, I remember the witch coming off the wardrobe, and I just about had a stroke. The Insidious franchise can be pretty creepy, I would say. I know one movie that I remember, one of the first horror movies I saw when I was a kid was Poltergeist and It. The Tim Curry It, in which I think he's a much scarier It than in the new one. Tom, or I forget what the guy's name is that plays it.
Definitely. What's his name? He was in Legend. He played the Devil
Tim
Hornet.
Curry, yeah. Tim Curry played
yeah.
Tim Curry was excellent. The first Poltergeist, I remember watching that, and I was like in 6th grade, and it was creepy and it scared me a little bit, but I remember right after watching it, we're like, okay, let's watch the second one. I couldn't finish the second one because of the creepy old guy in it that would, like, he looked like, I don't know, like a skeleton with thin flesh on it, and he'd go through like the town, he's singing stuff, and I remember I'm like, nope, can't do this. It still creeps me out to this day. So, but I have some movies, and they're not scary movies, but they creep me out. I would have to say, knowing what I know about like Eyes Wide Shut, that creeps me out, and all the symbolism in that. And then also The Ninth Gate. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really good, and I liked it back when it first came out. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was very interesting when it first came out. So yeah. But I think, and then it's not a movie, but the first season of True Detective.
That was great.
Yes. And I've continued to chase that. And then, have you seen Archive 81 on Netflix?
No.
Oh, that's really good.
Really?
And it got great ratings. And they're like, yeah, we're not going to do a second season. And I'm like, why? It was so good. And
I did hear you guys talking about. Oh, sorry. I did hear you talking about True Detective, on your show, and I was kind of thinking like, I had a lot of the same thoughts when I first saw that show, like this connection. I mean, I wasn't as deep into this sort of stuff at the time, but I was definitely thinking this is real. Like this is something that we see in the world of serial killers all the time. Like they're saying they heard a voice, or they're scribbling weird demonic stuff on a piece of paper. And then I think of like people that do voodoo, where they take these spirits into themselves and they start like biting a pig's ear off, or devouring a deer in the middle of the woods and taking their clothes off. Like that. This is related to that blood craving feeling that I was getting. Like when you get into these things,
when you open yourself up,
they'll turn you into a monster.
Yeah. So when you said voodoo, it reminded me of The Skeleton Key, although that was hoodoo. The Skeleton Key was another really good movie about hoodoo. It had Kate Hudson in it. Really loved that movie. But with True Detective, that actually, each season of True Detective is based off a true crime.
I didn't know that.
Season 3 was loosely based off the West Memphis Three. I didn't watch season 2 because people were saying it wasn't really that good. And season 1 was based off, it was in Louisiana. It was the Hosanna Church, where a pastor and his son and the congregation, they were, ritualistically abusing children. There's like pentagrams on the floor and stuff like that. It actually is based off a true case. So yes, it is real. That stuff happens. That's how they made those shows.
It literally was true. It looks like we have a question from Jonah. He's probably having a little trouble getting a connection, but he asked from the chat, in case I lose my connection again, can you ask Nix about her opinion on the Sonia Massey killing and the officer having a Norse compass tattoo, and if his response is direct response to rebukes? Are you familiar with that at all?
So when I spoke with William, I briefly brought up the Delphi murders and how the defense has filed a motion for Frank's hearing, because in a Frank's hearing or Frank's motion is a motion that says, they believe that the police officer that in the affidavit for the search warrant was untruthful. But there's all this evidence of this called an Odinism cult in Delphi.
Odinism. I'm not familiar with this.
Yes.
I never heard of Odinism. Tell me all about this, please.
So Odinism is the worship of Odin. And just like everything, a lot of times it gets tainted by negative people and their ideology. So Odinism probably, there's forms of it that are genuine and true and not like the one that's in Delphi, which is a lot of these Odinism cults have white supremacy in them, very much Nazi ideology and everything. So I think Jonah brings it up because we were talking about that. And then I did a show with General Lee where I'm reading the Frank's motion that the defense submitted. And there's even police officers who try to, took their findings in their research and investigation that points there could be a direct link to this Odinism cult. So in regard to the Sonia Massey killing, I don't know. I haven't seen that, but I know with the Delphi murders, supposedly some of these individuals from this Odinism cult are corrections officers, and they have like patches that indicate that. So I haven't seen the tattoo of the officer with the Norse compass tattoo. However, I know there are a lot of people out there, that are into like, the Vikings and have like, Nordic tattoos and stuff. And they might not even be associated with a Nordic religion. So and some of them, it's because they, they, what is it? Nationality or ethnicities that are Nordic. So they'll get something associated with that culture. So there's nothing inherently evil about the Norse compass, but that's not to say, that someone that is into Odinism wouldn't have that. They very well could, since that is a Norse symbol.
Gotcha. Does that answer your question, Jonah?
Well, it's a little bit different, but just getting to it. Now he's got the officer actually had a Norse compass, and sorry for the crackling. I got a fire going here. I'm not married to my cousin. I'm not a communist, but I am sitting fireside. But so yeah, it's funny because he's already been convicted, right? And they only released the video this week. But she was, she was a black female. She's in her house. Everything about the incident looked normal. And then she's like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And then he's like, you better not fucking, I'm going to shoot you right in your fucking face. Jeez. And that was his response. And then he did shoot her in her face. So to me, I found it very suspicious when his response was to the I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and not anything else that was happening in the scene or in the arrest or the.
So was this on his body cam then?
Yeah, they've released both body cams. He's already been convicted. He's already in the penitentiary, but of course,
right. That's strange. I don't know what to make of that, but for someone to get so upset at that, and I mean, she wasn't armed or anything, so. That definitely raises some questions.
She had running water, and he was saying it was steaming hot water or something. It was a complete. But again, too, she said it twice, and when she started to say it the third time, he's like, "You better not! I'm gonna shoot you in your fucking face." And literally, it said that to as an officer. I'm like, there's so much going on here that's kind of way out there.
So when I went through police academy, you're taught the use of force continuum. And you only use the amount of force you need to take control of the situation. She's unarmed. So if it's hot water, he has his mace or his taser he can use for shooting her. And she didn't have a deadly weapon on her. So that definitely was an example of excessive force. They also don't teach you to shoot people in the face. If there's a threat that you have to take out, they teach you center of mass. So it sounds like a whole bunch of stuff isn't lining up there for whatever reason.
And it's another example of a police officer killing a black person for no reason.
Yeah, again, too, I don't think it has anything to do with her race, though, when they're trying to make it out that way, right? Because she's a black woman right after Kamala announces, right? And again, I apologize.
Like it has more to do with Jesus and some demons not wanting to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a weird, but we've all seen it in the videos. It's definitely something worth looking at. You're kind of in this. It's not necessarily a good thing, and you call says time, and he says, "I'll keep my face."
Breaking up really bad, Jonah. Sorry about that, but kind of losing you there. Thank you, though. Thank you. Very interesting question. Definitely brought up some good stuff. Let's talk. See, is Chad still there? Chad, you live, man? Chad? There he is.
Sorry, I had to go get some beer from me in the camper next to me. I hadn't super been paying attention. I don't know how much help I can be. But just as a joke, I heard that Nix did the police thing. What does Nix think about the Police Academy movies?
Oh gosh, it's been years since you're talking like the one with the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, they were the comedies in the 80s. Steve Gutenberg just joking around about going to Police Academy.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not familiar with them. I was born in the early 80s, so it might not have been something I saw as a kid. I don't know if it was. I don't think they were kid friendly, were they?
Yes, they were. The reason I asked is I was surprised that you mentioned Unsolved Mysteries and the Time Life book series mysteries. I was impressed that I was like, how could you give me that old?
Yeah. When I posted my episode, just introducing like myself and Stygian Charters, my dad listened to it, and he's like, "I'll tell you exactly how your mother ended up with those books. She got conned into it and fell for it just like everybody else." But I remember those books when I was a kid, and I would kind of peek at them and look at them, and they definitely like had that whole creep factor and everything. So yeah, and it was the same thing with Unsolved Mysteries. So it definitely creeped me out, and then eventually my fear grew more into curiosity and overrode my fears, and that's what led me down the journey I am on now.
Awesome. Anything else, Chad? Oh, he's having some connection issues himself. That's the nice thing about this program is we could have people just use their phones and kind of call in from wherever. Let's go to Clint. Clint, how's it going?
Oh, he's got a Cleveland Indians hat on. All right.
And he doesn't realize he's muted.
How's my mic volume?
Perfect.
Sounds good.
So you're a police officer?
I am not. I'm not a police officer, but I did go through police academy. Okay. It was right after 9/11, and there's very few and far in between jobs, and hundreds of people would be going out for those job positions, and normally there was only a couple the department was doing, and when you would go sit down for your civil service test, there was like hundreds of people there, and it'd be, they'd only be hiring for like 3 spots, and sometimes which the process for hiring is very lengthy, but you have your physical agility, you have interviews, you have a psych evaluation, you have a lie detector. I think they have you get a physical normally, but it's a long process before they even decide if they're going to hire you or not. But the kicker is a lot of these places weren't hiring at all, and they make money off the applications. Like the applications were $25 a pop. So what they would say is, "Oh, we're not hiring, but we'll keep your name on file for a year, and if we do, we'll give you a call." So, and I kind of had a change of heart anyways. So, in today's world, I'm very happy that I'm not a police officer.
Oh yeah. Well, they're all members of the Fraternal Order of Police, which is the Masonic fraternity. Plus, the city cops, I don't think they take a constitutional oath. And there's a huge problem with the police. Just one example is if anytime a policeman runs your license plate, if they don't have probable cause or a signed warrant signed by a judge, they're violating your Fourth Amendment right. And
I think reasonable suspicion needs to be established. Probable cause would be to actually pull them over. I could be wrong, but I believe that's
to run the plate though is there's a problem.
You can't just run a plate.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's a problem with police procedure where in 92 or something, the Linda Thompson, a constitutional PhD attorney, she documents the police procedures being reformed by the British Royal Gurkhas of Hong Kong. And that the procedures, see, I've been stopped by police a million times, and I always quote the Constitution and Supremacy Clause and so on and so forth. But it's just crazy how we live in a police state where it's a military police force under Project Delta, and that under Project Delta Force, and that the police officers, they're victims of this too, because they don't understand that they're violating people's constitutional rights, and that they're not even taught what constitutional rights are, and it's very sad. But I did want to say earlier about what was it? You were talking about Lavey. What's interesting, William Cooper points out that Lavey is constantly quoting Masonry, and that Masonry is, when it was taken over by the Illuminists. See, the Illuminists, they have all the symptoms of these debauchers of, Aquino and all these other pornographic people, and I believe that they are all Illuminists, and that a lot of these people are basically soothsayers of the Crowley's Eon of Horus, perpetuating the new Eon of the dark side. Basically, I mean, I don't know. But that's interesting. You start off right off the bat with a ghost story, because usually I ask people if they got a ghost story.
You need to get a light on behind you or something. You look like a phantom in the darkness.
Well, I had to switch the computer to a different spot so I could sit on the new couch.
Yeah, so in regards to like police officers and departments and stuff, you're going to have good ones out there and bad ones just like anywhere. I know a lot of good police officers. I've also met a lot of bad ones. So, you're going to find that just like you in kind of any entity. And in regard to Anton Lavey and Masonry, I can't remember. I'd have to look at my Instagram, but I do remember I posted something about something he quoted that was in regard to Freemasonry, but I can't for the life of me recall what that was. I'd have to go back and look.
Oh yeah. So are you familiar with the secret societies in general, or what is?
Yeah. Some of them, not all of them. There's quite a few of them. I actually live near the first Oddfellows home or orphanage. They're in the United States. So
what's the Oddfellows orphanage?
Yeah. So the Oddfellows are very similar to Freemasonry. I know, I think his name is Gary Reese or whatever, but he's talked about a lot about, the orphan trains and these orphans, supposedly like at the Oddfellows, like, I don't know, being sold or something to that extent. What I can say about the Oddfellows is you can find newspaper articles from like all over the United States, a lot of times in former Oddfellow lodges, when they undergo construction, human skeletons are found in the walls. And
yeah. You know what those are for, right?
So supposedly they're for a ritual, they said, and supposedly they were legally obtained, like whether that was from a medical facility or something. I'm thinking, yeah, but you're not using it for medical purposes. Like, how did you get that? So, but you can find a lot of newspaper articles about places going through renovations, and they're pretty hush on it and stuff. So
it's definitely real. Are you familiar with the initiations at all, or?
Supposedly, I think one of those initiations where the skeleton's involved, I think it's something similar like to that Freemasonry does, where you're blindfolded and they take the blindfold off and you're in front of the skeleton, and it's supposedly metaphorically speaking about like death of your self and becoming enlightened.
One of the other ones is one of the first oaths you take in Masonry is you swear a blood oath, and I've went over the blood oath before, but when they take the blindfold off, everybody's pointing a sword at you, and that you've just sworn an oath that if you betray Freemasonry, that you will be killed. And that the Oddfellows is the same thing. You take the old pendants and they spin around. They got the all-seeing eye with the Order of the Oddfellows and so on. What's really weird is Freeman once said to me, I asked him about the Oddfellows, and I was like, well, what do you think is differentiated about them from other orders? And he's like, he alluded that they were all the what is that called? The people that take care of dead bodies.
Morticians.
Yeah. He said that most morticians are Oddfellows, and that he insinuated that some sort of ritual might have been, they might have been doing some kind of ritualistic body caretaking, which is very weird. There's a Skull and Bones oath which says
now is that fly you're
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a Skull and Bones oath that says that the bonesman must live in a crypt for 2 years, which is very bizarre.
Real quick, from Jonah once again, if you go to Google Earth for Central PA, there are 4 pins despite being completely closed to all public. Oddfellows Cemetery, St. Ignatius Cemetery, Jesuit, and 2 Blessed Mary location.
Yeah, the Centralia is the town that the mine caught on fire underneath, and it's still burns to this day.
Yeah.
If you've seen the video game or movie Silent Hill, that's where they got the idea for Silent Hill. And I think there's only like a couple families that are still there, but it was eminent domain mostly, and everybody had to leave the town. And once the few residents that are still there, pass away or whatever, no one will live there anymore. But the church is very creepy looking. The whole place is. I actually would really like to go visit.
We should buy some property there for really cheap and put the fire out.
I wouldn't go down there. I don't know what you'll find down there. Might get a little toasty too. Like smoke still comes out of the ground and the steam. They've had roads closed or that no longer run through there, and you see all the cracks. A lot of people did like graffiti over it and stuff. But yeah, it's a spooky looking place.
Anything else, Clint?
No, I'm good. Definitely cool. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
add me on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I'll call you back.
All right, sounds good. We'll do. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, we're doing a after show, me and Todd, and maybe Dan if he's up to it.
Okay.
On one of my channels. But yeah, nice meeting you, and definitely
good
cool talking and expanding the clique.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. Thank you. Thanks for having me and welcoming me.
All right. I did want to ask if you had any like dream guests for your show, like somebody big that you've kind of always wanted to get on.
Well, William Ramsey was one of them. I have a list here. I'm trying to see. Let's see. I guess some of the ones that might be more difficult, the book, maybe L.A. Marzulli, Timothy Alberino, who's on Blurry Creatures a lot. Those are a couple. I have a couple that I really want to have on. The one had I have to contact her to reschedule that whole cyber attack. Her flight got canceled on the day I was supposed to do a podcast with her. That's Dr. Heather Lynn. She is a archaeologist who has kind of deviated away from archaeology academia, and she's been on Ancient Aliens. She wrote the book Evil Archaeology.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, she recently came out with a book, and she's going to be going on a book tour. The book is Baphomet Revealed, and she does the history of Baphomet and everything. And then I am waiting to hear back from Ryan Pitterson, who does Judgment of the Nephilim. But yeah, he has a YouTube channel and everything.
Love anything Nephilim or Anunnaki, anything like that.
Yes, and Dr. Heather Lynn, she does Anunnaki stuff too, and she's actually doing like a college course you can take online through her on the Anunnaki. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's
so
different.
I mean, I definitely have a list. I was really excited that she got back to me. I just got to get her rescheduled. I was super stoked about William Ramsey. Ryan Pitterson, I know he's really busy, but I think that's great. And he said he would like to be on the show. I just got to wait to hear back from him to see if when's good for him. So I've been surprised actually, how many people, have gotten back to me and everything. But yeah, I mean
So you're interested in Dana.
Who?
Her name's Dana. No
Dana?
last name, just Dana.
Okay.
She's really deep into like satanic true crime stuff.
Is that Dana from Rotting Jewels? Is that?
I believe so.
One?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard her on a couple different episodes before. I think I heard her on Paranoid America before, and I think I did hear her on maybe William Ramsey's. Yeah, she talks about the Process Church, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. She would be a good one to have on for sure. Yeah.
Did you ever get into Sherlock Holmes?
No, not that much. I remember seeing that first movie with Robert Downey Jr. in it years ago.
To make another one.
Yeah, I might have to rewatch it again. There was a second one, wasn't there?
Yeah, I have to admit, I found the Robert Downey one a little bit hard to follow. I think if you want to get into it, you got to read the books.
Oh, the books. Okay.
Definitely.
Gotcha. Okay.
Earlier, you were talking about the orphan train thing, and I know that's kind of related to like mud flood, civilization reset. Another one of my favorite topics, actually. But what do you think of the whole idea? Do you feel like maybe, whether it's like the biblical flood or something like that, what do you think about the idea that maybe there's resets going on, or maybe the Illuminati or some force is resetting us to kind of keep us ignorant?
Well, I'm not super well versed in it. I know about the mud flood and the theories and everything, but it's really hard when people die off, how history could be potentially altered and no one would know, especially if there's not records to say otherwise. But I know they've talked about like the architecture of buildings, in regard to the mud flood, and where there was like doors higher up on the buildings or windows in odd places. I'm not, like I said, super well versed in that. I'm more knowledgeable like in the Nephilim and the flood. I'd be more knowledgeable in that, but it is interesting for sure.
It's been a real pleasure listening to you tonight, Nix.
Oh, thank you.
One of the things about the mud floods, that when the mud floods first come around, I'm like, oh my God, I thought I heard everything. And then once I started looking at what they're showing, I'm like, yeah, sure enough, something is being hidden here. One of the first places that I started thinking about underground tunnels and underground stuff going on was like Bill Cooper back in the 90s started showing you pictures and trying to explain. The government's been digging tunnels since the 30s.
Oh, yeah.
They showed old black and white pictures of giant drill bits attached to incredibly ridiculous like tanks that they were trying to use to create underground tunnels a long time ago. So he tried to get everybody's mind on this idea that underground tunnels are a reality. By today, you can see they admit to they can drill a hole under the English Channel from France to England and have it not leak and have a big giant train run through that sucker today, and they brag about it. That's technology that was hidden a long time ago.
Yeah. That's interesting. I know, like, supposedly under Washington, D.C., there's, a whole network of tunnels. And it's believable because I know with Lake Erie, underneath there's I think they're the salt mines. They're underneath the lake that they go in there and get this.
Look at Florida. We're told one of the reasons Florida is the #1 sinkhole place in the United States is because of salt mines. This is what they tell us. They dug salt mines everywhere underneath Florida. So as soon as water pours in to the salt mine, the columns collapse that they'd set up. Because they would dig a column that would hold the ground up underneath in salt mines. You've seen pictures of these on Discovery Channel by now, where they're showing they leave a column 30 feet high of salt. As soon as water hits it, it creates a giant sinkhole. So the sinkhole is filling up this is what we're being told. The sinkhole is filling up the mine that collapsed in where the place that Silent Hill take place, Pennsylvania, Centralia. Look at how they tell us now. wow, there was gas underground and the miners set this shit on fire 150 years ago and it won't go out, right? Mines are burning underneath. This is their excuses that they tell us, but they're hiding parts of history that
Oh yeah.
we know that looking at obvious things that we can tell. What other parts of history are they hiding? Underground tunnels, cities, mines,
Oh, definitely.
civilizations that exist?
Kind of falls into the sex trafficking and pedophilia thing too. They seem to use these tunnels to abduct children and even adults.
And then there's
Oh
that
yeah.
dream. Yeah.
Chris Everard documents it in England.
Well, Jimmy Seville had a record store that they would have a trap door in the back that they could take kids through. Jimmy
man, that's so
Seville was
creepy.
going on
I hate
30
pedos.
years. He was meeting with the Queen, and he was going to he was knighted, and you know Jimmy Seville, that story.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was up there with
he
the
was
worst
like
of the
Dick
worst.
Clark. He was like Dick Clark of England, playing all your favorite songs so he can get in with the girls and the kids and the teens.
And I was disappointed. I think Netflix did a documentary on him, and they didn't go into how dark and evil he was.
They didn't go into how bad that really was.
No.
I'll bet. That's probably the Epstein documentary on Netflix is probably going to be the same thing. They're not going to talk about his ranch in New Mexico and the island
DNA,
and the elevators that go underground
Because
and him
they
wanting
don't
to have
want to
women.
give it all because people will put the full picture together. That's the last
they'll
thing.
put the picture together. It's all the same thing.
Well, I'm just still pissed off, like that none of his clients have been held accountable.
Yeah, the list haven't been made available. How come?
Yeah.
I always say this. If we've been told that they have total surveillance over us, right? They almost brag about it now. It's in your face. Around January 6th, they used a geofence, to round up thousands of people that were in Washington, D.C. protesting. Remember, we're told now that they use geofence. We can see everybody with the phone in their pocket where they were. Notice how they can't never solve all these crimes, these big crimes that are going on, even though we're videotaped everywhere and everything's under surveillance. Can't never solve the big crimes or the bad stuff.
Yeah, Todd, that begs an interesting question. Nix, do you feel like the FBI or CIA might be involved in pedophilia or Satanism themselves?
Oh yeah, 100%. You have the Finders cult. I think that right there is a classic example of that, when the CIA stepped in and told the police, nothing to see here. Definitely. Closed it down, and nothing became of that.
Has anybody here seen the guy that steps up on the roof of the Trump assassination plot there? The one that's dressed in glasses and a suit?
Well, he was a Marxist.
That's getting the camera footage from everybody and then disappears, and nobody knows who that guy was, the one with the glasses. That he can climb up on the roof, and he's wearing a suit and a tie, and he takes all the evidence with him. You know what they don't want to release on the roof of the assassination thing? They don't want to release how many shell casings were found next to the shooter. Because if he's up on a roof, those shell casings aren't falling far from where he's shooting, right? So they do not want to say how many shell casings were found next to that kid. And then here we go again. Yeah, the FBI.
Yeah, but to jump in on that, what I find that blows my mind that I don't think anyone else has brought up other than myself with one of the shows I did on Wednesday, when Kim Cheadle's on Congress or whatever, when she's testifying, she's asked, well, would he get more security if he was a sitting president? Her response was, there's a difference between a sitting president, and the dude interrupts her, and she says, and continuity of government. Why the fuck is she bringing up continuity of government when it's just a candidate? So she's giving away the game. No one else jumps in.
Well, you got to remember, the Secret S is chartered under the 62nd Trust of Puerto Rico by the United Nations International Monetary Fund, and they're not enacted into law under Title 26 of the United States Code. They're not a part of the U.S. government. It's a foreign corporation under the world government, and that they don't have any interest in protecting real Americans. Their only interest is to protect the communists.
The continuity of government, Clint, started.
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry to pull you off, but we are approaching the end of our interview. Just got a couple more questions for you, Nick. Any thoughts on Alex Jones?
That's a tough one. You know, I can see both sides here of the argument. Him being, you know, informant, or not informant. What is the word I'm looking for? Not spy, but being a false flag, I guess. But then I also see, you know, there's a part that seems like he could, you know, could be legitimately like honest, or you know, with the conspiracy people, the conspiracy community. But I honestly don't know. I mean, over the years, he's put out a lot of good information, but that's a hard call to make. I don't know. But he has put a lot of valuable information out there over the years. I can say that.
I would have to agree with that for sure, especially the Bohemian Grove thing. He kind of opened us all up to that.
And who knows? I mean, too, he could have started off, you know, completely, you know, legit and everything, and then over time, you know, ended up on their payroll and flipped. You know, it's hard to say.
Definitely, and I know for sure that does happen. So I definitely agree with that, especially since he started off, I think, on public access television, and you know, all of a sudden he has this big platform and stuff like that.
Yes.
What would you do if you had unlimited funds? What would you do with it if money was not a problem? If you could just do anything you wanted?
I'd probably like do this stuff all the time, honestly. You know, I like doing this. Besides, you know, the full-time job gets in the way of a lot of things I enjoy in life, and researching is one of them. So, you know, having more time would allow me to engage in that. You know, especially when you have endless money and you don't have to work. And fitness has always been a big part of my life, so I like that. But, you know, I think I would just continue to do the things that I love. I don't really have any, like, huge plans. I mean, I would like to buy a nice house or whatever, or, you know, probably help my parents out some bit. They're retired. You know, if I had endless money, I'd probably, you know, want to help out any loved ones I have and stuff. So, but I guess that's a tough question. I mean, I would love to travel more. Definitely travel. That's a big one. Traveling is expensive, especially traveling solo.
What is that? Is that like a lamp behind your head?
Yeah, it's a Moroccan lantern. I don't know if I can tip
a Moroccan lantern. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know if I can.
I think I want one.
They're on Amazon. I have an amber one too. I'm just trying to get my flashlight on my phone so it'll light up. I don't know if you can see it a little bit.
I love that.
Better.
Man, that's one of the coolest background things I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I was like thinking, I'm like, I gotta do something like to have a nice little background for the show and everything. So. And something that kind of like set the mood of, you know, Stygian, dark, gloomy, like, so like the whole, like, not like today's goth culture, but like Victorian Gothic, you know, kind of vibe. So I got some black damask, faux silk curtains, and a candelabra I've had, and same thing with the Moroccan lantern. So I'm actually really big into like antiquing. So I also have, I couldn't really fit him in my background, right? But my dad, he does a lot of welding art, and I've always had a fascination with plague doctors. And I'm like,
plague doctors?
yeah. I'm like, you need to make me a plague doctor. And he made me one, and it's beautiful. But he held it hostage until he made himself one because he needed one. So, but yeah, so it's a really cool welded plague doctor, bust of a plague doctor. So, but yeah, I like antiquing. I have like some real kind of cool mirrors, antique mirrors, that are kind of real fancy and stuff. But
oh, that's cool. I collect mirrors myself. There's one of them right there. I got another one over here you can't see.
Yeah, I have one. It's kind of like the gold scroll, like wrought iron around it. It's painted gold. I have another one that's smaller and it's gold and it's got cherubs around it. So, and then I like, I have some prints. I have a print of the, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Flammarion engraving. It's the woodcut of the guy peering under like what I think is the veil. Some people say flat earth, but I like medieval like art prints and stuff like that. So I have another one where it's based off a biblical scripture about, don't value the things of this world like vanity. And it shows death trampling 3 women. One's vanity. I forget, one's something else, but it is definitely like very dark looking, but it's, actually biblical. So, but I do like some things that most people would probably think are a little spooky.
Clint, you had one more question, or?
Oh yeah. You remember in Conan the Barbarian, they mentioned he shows him the mushrooms to Conan and his disciple, and he's like, "Oh, Stygian, the best."
I never watched a lot of Conan the Barbarian, so I did not see that, but that's very interesting. Yeah, I was not familiar with the word Stygian until I came across it with the Stygian owl.
Oh yeah, well you're definitely gonna have to watch it because you're gonna be blown away with it. It looks like I already follow you on. Are you Stygian Charters, Nick?
Yes. Yeah.
Twitter? Okay.
Yeah, I changed it once I started Stygian Charters. I put it to Stygian Charters, and I put Nick's in there on my page, at least in parentheses, so people aren't confused.
Speaking of, that does bring us to the end of our interview, but want to open up things one more time. We can let you say what you'd like to say to my audience out there. Step up on the soapbox, and please follow that up with anything at all that you would like to plug or promote, or ways to contact you, social media, anything like that. Please go ahead, Nix.
Yeah, so my social media, I have Instagram. It's Stygian _Charters, and Stygian is Stygian, and it's _Charters, CHARTERS. Now on X, formerly Twitter, it's Stygian Charters, just one word. You can listen to my podcast, Stygian Charters, on Apple or Spotify. I think General Lee told me it was on a couple other ones too, I think. So, but yeah, so those would be the best places to reach me, is the social media. And then obviously you can listen to my podcasts on whatever platform you use. I think I'm on most of them.
Awesome. And it was definitely a pleasure having you on here. We definitely need to do this again and do a part 2 and see what you're up to and how your show's progressed and your research has progressed. I'd definitely love to do that.
Yes, definitely. I would love to come back. I really did enjoy this and appreciate so much for you having me on.
Definitely. And feel free to jump on with us anytime that you would like. You'd be a great addition to our little panel here. So, excuse me, definitely could do that too. But until next time, Nix, I thank you so much for joining us this evening. Yeah, it was a great interview. Great getting to know you. Once again, love your background, love your show, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody for the warm welcomes.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. That was Nix. What a great interview. What a great guest. Just completely exceeded my expectations. Love talking to her. As you guys know, why is my camera getting blurry? Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I need a better camera. As you guys know, our dear friend, the good doctor, Dr. Robert, he is busy on his DC trip. He's busy meeting with AOC, planning for the future. Hopefully we can get her involved with this show. But our good friend Clint, he has offered to pick up the reins, and he wants to do a little show, a little side mission here for our break. So,
Oh, yeah.
are you still up to this, Clint? Are you sure you can do this?
I can talk about the Constitution all day.
All right. Well,
people need to learn their rights. That's for sure.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead, Clint.
All right. Well, what is a right? A right is something that all people can exercise. A right, we the people who exercise the rights, creator endowed rights protected by the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court cases which endlessly go on and say we have the right to drive in an automobile. We have the right to travel freely, unencumbered from state to state. We have the right to contract. We have so many rights, and yet people do not understand, and they don't. And this thing that they don't understand is detrimental to being free, because you are not free if you do not know how to exercise your rights. For example, I used to get harassed just for having people over playing Magic and smoking weed and stuff. And, people have the right to assemble. That's First Amendment right. People have, it's a little more, there's a lot to it. See, every day in America, people don't understand that their rights are being violated. That's why I brought up how people's Fourth Amendment rights violated if your plates are ran and they don't have probable cause or a warrant. If they don't have probable cause or a warrant and they run your plates, they committed a felony under United States Code Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights of the color of law. That's what it's called. That's a felony. If anybody commits a felony like that, violating your rights, you have the right to press charges because they're violating your rights. If you don't, there's an old Roman maxim: if you don't know your rights, you don't have any rights. And when you go into a courtroom, if you don't put your rights on the record, they will immediately what's that word? Acquiesce your rights immediately if you don't put it on the record. And fucking we're sitting here every day signing contracts. Anything you sign, it's a contract. If you put your signature on it, it's a contract. You have the right to contract. You can negotiate the contract. When you sign your driver's license, you're signing away your rights. You're acquiescing your rights protected by the Constitution. You go to a law book, you look up civil rights, you'll find that civil rights are constitutional rights. And we're sitting here with all these people divided by illusion. They have no clue that they are being drawn into this alchemical meme of, the manipulation of the masses through words. And when words become interchangeable with reality, people are easily manipulated into believing the reality of the soothsayers and those who would dare to shear you because they consider themselves the shepherds. Do you want to be sheared? No. So that's why you need to know your rights. The Bill of Rights was originally called Creator Endowed Rights, as in only God could take away those rights. No man could touch those rights. No one. And we're sitting here today, every day. Courtrooms, you go sit in a courtroom and watch. You'll see people acquiesce their right, give them away in contract. They'll negotiate a plea bargain, and the plea bargain will say, "Oh, we'll let you off the crime, but if you mess up on the probation, we're gonna double jeopardy you." Double jeopardy is forbidden by the Constitution. We're sitting here in a totally unconstitutional state. The Constitution could benefit everyone if they knew what their rights were. But when you don't understand your rights, it's not going to benefit you, because you're going to be a tool to those who own you. You know, go to the Cornell Law website, look up shareholders of the United States under United States codes, and you'll find it. Why? Because the shareholders of the United States own the United States. It is a corporation in violation of the Constitution, which is a contract between the states and the Fed. The states, sovereign nations, the states, like the state of blah, 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 it's a sovereign nation. And we've made a contract with the Fed. And the contract has explicit boundaries which cannot be violated. When they violate those boundaries, that's called treason. Treason. We are slaves to a new world order that violates our Constitution and Bill of Rights on a daily basis. You don't believe me? The Constitution says no state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. Where is your gold or silver coin that you can tender in payment of debt to the government? There is none. You call any Federal Reserve Bank under you quote Chapter 12, United States Code Section 411, and you'll see that Federal Reserve notes are obligations of the United States, redeemable for demand. And when you call a federal bank and you ask them, you'd like to redeem your Federal Reserve notes for lawful money, pursuant to Chapter 12, United States Code, Section 411, they'll tell you they don't have any lawful money that they can redeem for it. Why? Because it's fraud. We're sitting here, people in our country take oaths to the Constitution. Judges take oaths to the Constitution. Senators, congressmen, all of them, they take oaths to the Constitution. What do they get paid in? Not constitutional currency, not gold or silver coin. And pursuant to the Constitution, anything in conflict with the Constitution is null and void. Gold and silver coin. Gold and silver coin. You can't have inflation with gold or silver coin. No state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. And pursuant to the Supremacy Clause, anything in conflict with this Constitution is notwithstanding in law. So how are they doing it, people? How are they doing it? It's called treason. They violate our Constitution after they swear an oath. They swear an oath to protect and uphold the Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic, and they violate it on a daily basis every time they get their paycheck from the United Nations International Monetary Fund. You think it's a joke? We're slaves right now. Sitting here, 1/3 of your year goes towards the United Nations International Monetary Fund, the Bank of England, the people that are in charge have economically enslaved us. They've taken away our Constitution. There are no constitutional courts in this nation. The courts will not allow common law. But guess what? Pursuant to Ex parte Grossman, Supreme Court case, which says the Constitution can only be defined in the common law, how can the courts say that they don't allow common law when the Constitution can only be defined by the common law? You tell me why? Because it's treason. They commit treason. They're operating under the color of law, which is a felony. We're sitting here in a situation where our ancestors failed us. And I'm not talking about the founding fathers, because we betrayed the founding fathers when we let this shit happen. When our fucking parents let this shit happen. When our grandparents, our great-grandparents, all these people have let us down. They've sold us down the river for an unconstitutional debt to international bankers. We've been used in exchange for a debt to international bankers that we cannot legally be a party to, because the Constitution, we cannot enter into any contract with impairs our obligation to contract. You look that up. That's word for word what the Constitution says. And because people don't understand the Constitution, they don't have any rights. You want to be free? You want to be free? Because we're not free right now. We're not free. If we were free, we would have the freedom of speech. If we were free, we'd have the right to contract. If we were free, they would take a third of your paycheck every goddamn week. And you know what they use it for? They use it for wars. Under Article 43 of United Nations Charter, which is a charter that violates the Constitution, because the War Powers Clause of the Constitution specifically states that only Congress can wage war. That's all it lists. All it lists. That clause is violated every time troops are put somewhere for more than 2 years. Under the constitutional law, there can be no standing army other than the Navy to secure the borders. Under constitutional law, they cannot do what's happening in present day, these infinity wars. Every war since 1960, or since the Korean War, Vietnam War, every other thing that you could possibly think of was done under United Nations Security Council rule, under an international dictator who sits and stands in the seat of the Security Council Undersecretary, who's always been a communist pursuant to an agreement between Edgar Hiss and Molotov. Now, Edgar Hiss, the father of the United Nations Charter, which is, by the way, a mirror of the Soviet Constitution, which is nothing like the American Constitution, he hand-selected all 300 of the first people in the United Nations. But, the United Nations is it's the father of democracy. Bullshit. These people are dictators. They dictated France. They dictated Germany. They dictated Russia, China. They destroyed ancient dynastic China over and over, toppled ancient monuments and temples, all raising their fist for the communist rulers. Communism is part of the Illuminism. It's made by the Illuminists, Weishaupt, Rosenpierre, Klutz, all the other dim-witted idiots that fucking work for the Vatican and have all destroyed our sovereign nation. It's not funny. We're sitting here getting screwed.
Go, Clint. Go, Clint. Go.
It's
Fight,
bullshit.
Fight.
All these people on fucking Twitter piss me off so bad.
Sorry to steal Trump's fucking Trump.
No, this is the Constitution we're talking about. This has nothing to do with.
They're shooting you in the face. These goddamn commies on the news every night. I'm sorry. The goddamn news stations are taken over by communists.
Well, yeah, they're all
bullshit propagandists.
The directors of the news stations are all CFR and Trilateral Commission.
These scumbags come on the news and go, well, I don't know if he really got hit. He might have got hit by a piece of plastic. Maybe his ear just got bit by a mosquito and it started to bleed once he went underneath maybe a Secret Service guy scratched his ear and that's how it really was bleeding. So I don't think he's really a hero. Just getting, he just got his ear just touched by a mosquito or a piece of plastic. Maybe it was a bullet. Fuck you, people. Fuck you. Fuck you. You go get shot and have 2 or 3 people behind you get killed, and then you come on and tell me how you come out to another giant rally and tell me what the fuck. God damn. Scumbag propagandists.
Oh, your camera just.
I lost my camera setup here. Illuminati did that, yeah.
Well, basically, what I was laying out, it's total world government economic enslavement for everybody in the whole world. We're all screwed unless we somehow bring back the Constitution in a peaceful manner. But that's basically the sum of it all.
People trying to downplay.
One more time.
What I said?
Fight! And not the commie fight. The fucking fight against the commie fight.
Oh yeah. Well, we're the real Illuminati. We're illuminating the masses to all the bullshit that.
Man, there's people trying to say that this might have been staged and this could have been a big setup and this and that. People fucking died behind Trump. So anybody trying to say that fucking, oh, Joe Biden got COVID this week, and if he recovers as an 80-year-old, that's kind of like almost getting shot and getting back up again. That's just as potent as Trump actually getting shot. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, but I feel a little bit passionate about that subject.
Well, I guarantee the sniper was a Marxist. I can guarantee it. You know, I'd bet money. I'd bet all my magic cards on
it. Whoever it is.
Well, it's like all those.
You don't hear people on the opposite side of Biden going, man, I wish they'd take him out. I wish they'd cut his head off. I'd like to see him done it. Nobody says that because there's scum on that side, and we're not scum on this side. So
it's just like in the 90s with Waco. I remember my school teachers saying, those people deserve to die. And it's like, what are you talking about? Why? They didn't do anything wrong. Like, what the, why does somebody deserve to die because you don't like what they're seeing?
On Waco, they went in and said, they created the fiction, what's the pastor? He was a child diddler. They have movies that were already set up that, he took advantage of 12-year-old girls and all this shit.
Well, it's all bullshit.
Once they burned him to death and 80 other women and.
Oh yeah. Well, if you read the court case, there is no mention of any of that because
they'll shut this conversation down.
No, you're good.
As soon as they burned 80 men, women, and children alive, then they come out with the documentary on TV, on free TV, a two-parter, showing how he was diddling underage girls, right? So, hey,
who was diddling underage girls?
David Koresh.
That's what they're claiming, but that wasn't mentioned. That wasn't mentioned in the court case.
All right, guys. Very good, very good. Oh, one more time. All right. So, just briefly wanted to bring up one particular thing that's been really bothering me lately. We see a lot of things happening in the news lately. The Trump assassination attempt, the Joe Biden stepping down for Kamala Harris. And I just wanted to point out, you guys couldn't even hear that? How freaking lame. I was playing some drum music and I was dancing to it and no one else could even hear it. You guys can't hear that? Well, I will have to play it a different way. In fact, let's see if this works. So many technical issues today. I feel bad. But you know what? That was a great interview. Despite the issues, really enjoyed Nick's. I actually did listen to her show, and I thought it was pretty dang good. Like, I was really into it. All right, here we go. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, it's processing. No, so I'm all dancing around to nothing, basically. That's good to know. There it is. Let's bring Clint back. Go ahead, Clint. Start ranting.
7 years ago. The Constitution was made by men who believed in freedom, who didn't give a fuck about what other people thought, who just wanted to be free. They were under the shackles of England. It's crazy because the Amish call us English. They don't call us Americans.
Okay, his connection is not good. We'll have to do a redo on that. I apologize for dancing around to nothing. I thought I had this great drum music playing, and I'm just freaking acting like a spaz, it turns out. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. So, I don't know if you guys remember Mo Othman, right? Mo Othman, the Illuminati insider who is active on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and his whole thing was giving predictions. He was getting quite popular, and then all of a sudden, all these other YouTube channels and accounts started popping up saying that Mo is fake. He's getting all his information from Reddit. He's a hoax, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what's going on there, but I know early on he was predicting some things that really ended up happening, some of them the same day, and he seemed to know just anything and everything about the Illuminati. And he would talk about the Illuminati having two different sides. Back in the time of the you-know-what, he was giving out a lot of information about that was pretty good. And he did predict a Trump Black Swan event. I believe we just saw that with the assassination attempt, a Trump Black Swan event. And he also predicted that Biden would step down for Kamala Harris. I suppose it was a little different. He said that he would step down and we get our first female president. But with the way things are going, that does seem to be happening, right? Unless Trump wins, which is possible as well. But I think that it's close enough. And he also got me kind of tuned into the whole Poppy thing. I found out about Poppy from him, how she's kind of like this mind-controlled Illuminati slave. And he was pointing out several other YouTubers that were Illuminati. He even explained how the whole process works, of how they take somebody that's starting to get some popularity and they become integrated once again into the Illuminati. Basically, he said that the two sides of the Illuminati were, on one side, it was the church, and then on the other side, it was the intellectuals and philosophers that the church was opposing. And he seemed to be claiming that he was from the positive Illuminati, or the good Illuminati. Not the first time I heard that. I'm sure many of you guys remember Pradata, who also was from the good Illuminati. Whole idea being that the Illuminati is much older than we know, much older than the Bavarian Illuminati, and there was an actual Illuminati that came before that the Bavarian, Vatican, Jesuit, Zionists kind of superseded and took over. But anyways, I digress. Mo Othman also gave another prediction, and since the first two I mentioned did come true, I wonder if the next one, or this one, is going to come true, and that one being the false alien invasion. I feel like we've had murmurings of it. Oh, by the way, yes, I did invite him on the show and never heard back from him. I think that he's something. He might be an agent. He might be a controlled opposition. I don't know. But I feel that also the debunking surrounding him, there's something suspicious about that too. Like some of these people debunking him, they feel like they were probably agents, or maybe they're from the same side and they have some kind of reason for wanting to discredit him. His name's Mo Othman. It kind of looks like, phonetically, it looks like Mothman when you look at it. And he was a younger guy. He was doing comedy videos, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he starts coming up with all this information about the Illuminati and giving predictions and kind of laying out their plans. He seemed to have some inside information. A lot of people call him out as fake. I personally feel that he was giving out some fake information to kind of confuse everybody and kind of throw them off his case for whatever purposes. I'm not sure, but a lot of his information was also true. And I think we have seen murmurings of the fake alien invasion. I feel like the Las Vegas backyard incident, where they're seeing these aliens walking around, looked like CGI, but I guess that's how they should look. And the aliens at the mall, that's another one. Huh, what's this? Raven, female Raven. There's another person who predicted the attempt on Trump down to it hitting his ear. Really? If you know anything about that, Raven, please email me, send it to me on X/Twitter. Cheryl says he predicted Trump will win the economic collapse worse than Great Depression. He predicted Trump will win and the economic collapse will be worse than the Great Depression. Got it. Yeah, send me any information you have on that. I'd love to hear about that. I think that assassination attempt was the Black Swan event. And you know what? I don't think that this will be the only assassination attempt against Trump. Let's see what the guys think about this. Todd, any thoughts on Mo Othman?
That's the first time you've never mentioned him to me, right, Daniel? Or maybe you have. Maybe you have. I don't remember hearing about Mo Othman.
I feel like maybe I tried.
I listened to what you just said, and he made some predictions.
Yeah, I made a whole bunch of them.
He's new to the scene. You were talking about Pravada Severa.
Yeah.
You said you reached back to Pravada Severa, never heard from him again?
No, we had a little bit of a blowout. He asked me for some money. I sent him some money, and he asked me again.
For doing an interview on your show?
No, he just needed help, and then he asked me again, and I don't know. I kind of got mad at him because you don't
have any money to give either, Daniel.
That was kind of the issue, I guess.
It's like I wish I could give you some money. I don't have any.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty poor, but like if I have a little bit of extra money in the bank, I try to help people out. And
I'm not saying you wouldn't or couldn't or didn't. Pravada Severa is almost like 5 years ago or something. I remember him coming on there.
Yeah.
Listening to him. You still play him on the breaks. He was saying some pretty wild stuff, which makes you think, man, he's either channeling or he's tapped into something. What would make a young person, like, if you ran into me back a long time ago, Daniel, this is something people don't understand. I had read about the Illuminati before I was even, when did I first hear the term Illuminati? It was like, can't remember which book it was, but it was probably about 18 back in the early 80s. So listening and hearing about that term or running into it, they're going to get it from different.
Where did you first hear about the term? Do you happen to remember?
Well, I've been told. Remember me telling you when I was young, I met a group of people that met around a Ouija board every week. Do you remember that story?
Yeah, I do.
I met some people. I don't know any of them today, and I didn't know any of them before that happened. So I have no idea who they are.
Do you feel this was some kind of Illuminati group?
It could have been anything. There are groups everywhere, people that get into things that are interested in subjects. Look, I ran into him at work. A guy I was working with said, boy, talking to you, you'd probably be interested in the group that I go to every week. Here's where we're going to meet. Suddenly I went there and there was like 12 or 13 people, like your average witch coven. And they're sitting around a Ouija board. And not the whole time. That's not how it starts out. People, but I realize it's like a social meeting every every week or two. I forget, kind of like your show, Daniel, every week or two.
Yeah,
And,
we have a question from the
and
chat.
they would meet around a Ouija board.
Yeah, you have a quick question from the chat. Trevor Coker's asking, any thoughts, Todd, on Kamala having balls?
Oh, God. She is ugly. So, you know, if ugly is any indication of having balls. When I mean ugly, I think I mean spiritually ugly, not physically, because she's not a physically ugly woman, but she might have balls. She might have steel balls out after all the shit that she's done to get to that position. Holy shit, so quick. Kind of like Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. He comes out of nowhere. Fuck, he's 38 years old. Is he 38 years old? Is that what I've heard?
He's not very old. I heard he was talking shit about Trump like a long time
He's
ago.
38 years old.
I heard he was bashing Trump, and now all of a sudden he loves him.
He was bashing Trump like nobody bashes Trump. He was calling him a fucking... I wish I could go back and I just read the story the other day of all the shit he was talking about Trump. Oh my God. I told my friend that's a bigger Trump supporter than I am. I've told him and I told you, Daniel, for a long time now, that if Trump ain't with us, I'll call him out all day long. But I'm for Trump. I'm for Trump. Okay, I'm ready, Daniel. Are you ready? Are you playing it? Okay, here we go. Here we go. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight those goddamn communists until we cannot see. Make it rhyme.
About face. Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of our American Revolution is distorted by a common day misinterpretation and misunderstanding. They don't understand what, you know. It's like I bring it up every time on Twitter when people try to bring it into a racist issue or something. I tell them the first death in the Revolutionary War was a black guy and his 3 white friends, and that they were pissed that their black friend got killed by the British, and the Revolutionary War started from that. You know,
well, Clint, that sounds like a myth that the people that run the world don't want to get around you.
That's I've fully documented it to myself because
I have a question for you. Have you ever heard of Nat Turner?
That sounds really familiar.
The name's familiar.
Nat Turner was a slave who heard a message from God telling him he needed to go on a crazy ass rampage and kill a bunch of white people. So he escaped, and he got a bunch of other slaves on his side, and they started rampaging from town to town, just killing every white person.
Was this over in
It was in the colonies, the U.S. colonies.
There's a misconception about
down south.
There was people of all colors that owned slaves.
New Orleans.
Yeah, definitely, but I mean, there
were different, but there were different areas going on. There were different.
Think about this.
Dynamics.
Where did the slaves come from?
Let me finish the story real quick. Sorry. So they're going around, they're killing all these white folk, right? And then they can't stop these guys, right? So they finally surround them with Gatling guns and shit like that, and they massacre them. And
they killed every white person. They killed every white person too. They did.
They skinned him. They boiled him alive, and then they made a bunch of little purses and shit out of his skin. So
that story's getting mixed a little bit. That story's getting a little mixed.
They actually ate him. They cannibalized him.
Kind of as like KKK.
No, I've heard that story. Yeah, I've heard that story. They made wallets and they
did similar stuff with Braveheart. They chopped his body up, and then they, this in the big spectrum. This isn't a race thing. It's a thing about a world government controlling and taking away our sovereignty, and that they want to keep us divided with these issues. That's why that G. Edward Griffin video is so important, because they wanted. The Russians specifically stated that they would use the race subject in America to destroy America. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. That's why they're using the fist. because it's a
Yeah.
symbol of communism.
The communists
also,
use
these
the
people,
fist symbol
these elite
forever. Yeah.
people are like, we know who they're descended from. They're descended from the people in ancient times that used to drink blood and eat flesh, kind of like we were talking about with Nick's earlier. And I feel like there might be connection there, the way that they, what they did to Nat Turner.
Read the book, Marx and Satan.
It's
I'll check
similar.
it out.
It's similar, Daniel, but it's not the same in the way that today any event that occurs can go viral worldwide instantaneously. Back in those days, any event that occurred, slowly the news would creep out. Can you imagine how slow the news crept out 100 years, 200 years ago, how long it took for a story to get about them making
then,
wallets out of a black guy?
In Victorian times, people would eat like mummy pieces from Egyptian tombs. They would eat mummies and do things like that.
Mummy bones was a sought after commodity. This is true.
People
kind of like Chinese crave tiger bones, tiger anything, elephant fucking tusk. So same thing.
Well, it's like the
same
history
kind of bullshit.
The history of mankind has run rampant with rumors, and that rumors are, 90% of what you see everywhere is just rumors. They're unverified facts, and that if something's unverified, it's not a fact.
Kind of like lampshades and soap being made out of people. Kind of rumors, kind of stories.
What do you mean rumors, though? You're saying
I was gonna bring it to the idea of magic, because Todd likes to talk about magic. Magic and the alchemical meme. The meme is the manipulation is done through the meme, and the people are victims of these memes that are made of words. They're
using memes now. They're using memes.
Well, then the words are interchangeable with reality, and fucking the people believe in the words, and that the reality, they can't see it because they believe in the words, and that's how they're under the spell of the alchemists.
You know what's happening? They're passing laws now. Have you ever heard this term, stochastic terrorism? It's the idea that someone just speaking about another people, and it could encourage people to do violence. That's how Alex Jones is being sued. They're creating a new system of terrorism, where someone saying something bad could cause something to happen to someone else bad, or somebody saying something bad is causing people a lot of grief. So
that's where
terrorism.
That's where they're using situation ethics to take away our First Amendment right of freedom of speech, where if you can say whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm someone, and that
they're saying, no, Clint, they're saying that same thing, but your speech is harming people now. It's hurting.
Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. Just want to move on to the next news story. Let me pull this up real quick. Let's see here. So, as many of you know, Joe Biden gave a speech a little while ago, and he was basically stepping down for Kamala Harris. And a lot of people, including myself, and let me tell you, I thought this as soon as I saw it, completely objectively. I literally turned on the TV and started watching, and I concluded immediately that this video of Joe Biden was CGI. Actually, you know what? This isn't it. This picture right here. That's not even it. I realized that's not what was happening. There was like a glass behind him. Sorry about that. Another technical issue on today's show. So sorry. But Joe Biden, in that video of him giving the speech, that was not Joe Biden. That was CGI. Most likely AI generated CGI. If you look at the eyes, the bridge of the nose and the forehead, the space underneath the eyes, and focus on that area, you can tell that that was not Joe Biden, that was computer generated. What do you think, Todd?
Lots of stories about Biden having doubles. Lots of stories about, wow, God, Biden disappears. Last week, he just disappears. That was the news story. Where's Biden?
There were rumors
Suddenly,
that he was in the hospital.
Oh, well, fuck, had COVID. Wow. He gives an interview that says, if somebody tells me that some health thing happens to me, that's the only way I'll step down. And then the next thing you know, Joe Biden has COVID and he's stepping down. This was after a week of him insisting that he isn't going to step down. He's going to keep going.
Yeah, in the debates, he was barely coherent, and then all of a sudden he's speaking clearly when he should be at his worst.
Oh no, that fucking thing sounds like a CG. This is what CGI or not CGI AI is going to do. They can create your voice and make it say any fucking thing it wants. And he might as well be a CGI. They might as well put a mask on.
Well, there was that
his voice is, you could just, I sound like and there's Joe Biden.
Well, there was that previous video where he was in front of a green screen, and I think you saw a part of his hand or wrist kind of disappear.
He looks different every time I see a fucking video of this guy. So I'll bet they got rubber masks, and he could be dead already. I mean, I don't really believe that, but there's people that already say that he's already been executed. We 6 different Joe Bidens. I'm not saying I believe that, but people hint at that.
We all
you've seen the videos of him from behind where it looks like a mask peeling off on the back of his head. The CIA has mask technology down where they put a fucking mask on you. They can make you look like anybody. So if you don't think that's happening.
Oh yeah. Well, we all seen the video, the screen, the pictures of where you could see in the reflection of the windows of the Oval Office. You could see the lights in the studio, and there was no ceiling. And that there was video of a guy that was taping DC from his apartment, where they were supposedly doing a speech live, and that there was nobody there where they were saying the speech was coming from, and the guy was videotaping it live, and like they were video the whole, all those legal press conferences, and well, maybe not the press, but certain speeches were done.
People are saying they built a studio of the Oval Office a long time ago, and he's been delivering speeches from there ever since.
Oh yeah. Well, for all we know, they're in the dumb bases underground.
That's a prime possibility. Raven says Putin called Biden Hollywood cowboy because it's being produced in a studio and he has doubles.
Exactly.
So there was a new video where he was walking and he appeared much taller than his wife.
Yeah, I saw that one. That one.
Wow.
That one was freaky. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna look for that.
Because he has some doubles that are taller and shorter and fucking.
Oh yeah. Well, Hitler had doubles too.
Everybody has doubles.
It's an old
doublers.
Yeah,
everybody has doublers.
It's a custom of the sociopath dictators that rule us with their iron fists. You know, they have doubles.
They probably get full of themselves thinking that they have a double. It's like, my double can do the work for me. I'll just sit home and crash.
Well, the Caesars of Rome had doubles.
How many times have you went to work and thought, if I only had a second person to come and do my job? This is what these assholes are doing, getting a second person with the rubber mask on to come and do their job.
In the old times, they'd have people that would eat their food first to make sure it wasn't poisoned. You know,
exactly. Because, so you can only imagine what they're doing today. What kind of garbage they're putting these guys through today. Anyways, is Daniel left?
Well, in the modern news, I mean, it's like we're seeing all these people who are mainstream and they're Marxists and they're being manipulated by the nationalists. And that they're moving towards this agenda of the new Atlantis, the new communist world utopia bullshit, and like it's going full throttle.
These I don't know what words. My family, half my family loves Democrats and went.
This is all I could find.
Here it is. You find it?
Yeah.
Find it?
Look how long his legs are.
Yeah, it looks like a robot.
What the fuck is this? It's like a guy on stilts.
Joe Biden was not that tall before.
A midget on stilts.
Oh yeah, yeah. It definitely seems like a double or something.
And his head's
weird.
too small.
That looks like if you ask AI to make a picture, what it would create.
Well, it's like they're sitting there.
Joe Biden. That reminds me. If you asked AI, make me a picture. Have you heard these stories about what it comes back?
Yeah.
Suddenly it comes back. They make Biden the same height as Trump, who's 6'3".
More like the same height
Trump
of Abe Lincoln.
Trump is 6'3". You know that, right?
Well, it's like
He's Abe Biden.
It's like we're watching the shadows on Plato's cave, and that the sheeple are all believe in it, and that the people who question are concerned about 99% of the population believing the lies, and it's very scary to witness.
It is tricky.
It's like that Stephen King movie where all the zombies are moving around that self-power.
What's tricky about it is everything's okay and it's being held together for now, but they're letting you know at any minute. If the trucks don't arrive, the toilet paper won't get here, and we could break this thing down at any moment. And fucking China's delivering everything, making everything that you guys love from big giant shipping containers.
That's how they manipulate the masses, is through fear.
That
The fear of. That's how they control the Jewish people, through the fear of another Holocaust. That's how they control black people, through the fear of the past enslavement.
And that's how they control us, to never bring up any people with Jewish backgrounds. Never.
Well, that's why I liked Freeman.
Monster truck shows and NASCAR.
Well, Freeman and his friendship agenda, I always thought was cool, because he thought instead of going against this evil force, we create positivity.
Nice. Freeman was too nice. No,
well, the whole friendship agenda, the free, to make something positive and to be free and stuff against these people who wish to enslave us.
I realized I could travel around the country in a van and follow the Grateful Dead and.
Well, if you notice,
and meet some conspiracy, down the road.
If you notice, I don't know if you noticed, Todd, but when me and Dan interviewed Jamie, I asked her, "Have you ever seen a miracle?" And guess who she was with when she seen a miracle?
Freeman.
Yeah.
Freeman?
So they were a couple back in the day.
They were.
Well, I can't confirm or deny it or anything.
I've heard some stuff that sounded like
I thought they were, but
who can say? Only Jamie and Freeman can
doesn't
say.
really. It's
and
irrelevant.
Freeman's heart's been broken ever since. So let's not bring that subject down.
His heart's been broken ever since. So that's what happened.
The point of
Jamie is so attractive. Not just physically, but mentally with her.
Oh yeah, she's got that whole humble sort of Christian. She's not on
super brain,
full of herself,
super
like a lot
conspiracy.
And she's into
talks about conspiracy. God damn, that was hot. Sorry, I love my wife, and she's hot. My wife's hot.
We'll all build shrines to Jamie.
Well, I feel.
Jamie, we're not worthy.
People that are part Native American are, because me and Todd are part Native American.
She's beautiful.
It's like
yep, I do have a part of Cherokee. Cherokee people. My grandma was Cherokee.
How's that go? Cherokee people.
Cherokee pride. Too proud to live.
Too proud to live.
Too proud to die.
Coming back to me.
Who
sings that?
That's we took the whole Cherokee nation. We put them on an Indian reservation. I can't remember who did it, Dan. It was a one-hit wonder, but what a classic. 1973.
But hey, you guys
73.
remember the Hillary body doubles?
Yeah, the Hillary body doubles.
Because she had that Kuru disease.
The one video where they pick her up and throw her in the van, though, that was not a double. That was actually her. You remember that video where they picked her up, Secret Service, and threw her in the van because she
in the 90s, she went to Haiti.
Was the real Hillary.
And they participated in a ritual under a voodoo priest that was
they wrote that in the book.
Human flesh. And that
what the hell?
You didn't know about
Hillary and Bill went for a wedding.
No, I just remember the WikiLeaks, I think, or no, they hacked her server or something like that, and they got the letters of her talking about the Tomb of Gilgamesh.
That's interesting.
But
if you, there is a video. But
do you remember hearing about?
Well, let me say something real quick. There's a disease called Kuru, and it's parallel to mad cow disease. Back in the 90s, we used to farm, and like we would feed the cows dried blood, and I always thought it was messed up.
Of cows.
So then the mad cow disease came up. But Kuru is parallel with humans, where Bilderberg ate dead bodies in a Haitian voodoo ceremony and possibly contracted Kuru disease. And the symptoms of Kuru would that would explain why she was acting the way she was, because she's got the Kuru disease, possibly.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I just remember seeing like 3 or 4 different women they said were Hillary, and I actually collected their pictures, and like one of them had the nose.
And why are the Clintons always like involved in Haiti, saving the children of Haiti, but Haiti always still has problems, you know?
Yeah.
Notice how wherever these people get involved, it gets worse.
And then let's not forget Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein had like 5 or 6 body doubles, and a lot of them.
Well, plus they said he died more than once. The first time was on May 1st, just like when they claimed Osama bin Laden died, and then they changed the date later to May 2nd, even though it was originally May 1st. And, because May 1st is relevant to Moloch and to the communist May Day.
And then you also have the Kate Middleton thing. Remember, they put an obvious fake picture of her out, and they kept making excuses for it. It's literally like everything we see nowadays is faked.
Oh, yeah. Even the cool stuff.
Fake.
It's all fake. It's bullshit. It's, Cooper's rolling in his grave.
Wow, they got this shit down to a science. Yeah, Cooper, he's 20 years past now.
Yeah, well, I mean, his alchemical meme episode
7 years ago.
It was the second to last episode he made. The alchemical meme.
To the shores of Tripoli.
It's like all the symbols of the system
is out of here because they don't with us agree. America, the greatest country on earth. We will pass our way.
America, fuck yeah!
Sorry. give me a fucking backbeat. I'll throw some lyrics on.
You guys remember that movie they had like years and years ago, where it was like they made it out of little action figures. I forget what it was called.
Team USA.
Team USA, something like that.
Something like that.
That puking scene was pretty epic.
Back in the 90s, that was a 90s thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the 90s.
All right, guys. Good discussion. Let's move on to the next news story. I know everybody wants to talk about the assassination attempt. We already got into a little bit, but when it first happened, people were asking me like, "Oh, who did it? Who do you think?" And I was like, "Oh, it's got to be some like whacked out tranny, right?" Because they've all been whacked out trannies lately. And sure enough, Mr. Thomas Matthew Crooks, because they always have to use first, middle, and last name for an assassin or would-be assassin. Turns out he's got some transgender pictures of him floating around. He's got an other self, and I just can't help but notice a pattern here of these people that are trying to shoot people, right? I have to wonder if the whole trans thing, there's some mind control element to there. Of course there has to be. a lot of these people just seem to pop out of nowhere, and all of a sudden it's this huge phenomena. I think to really tap into somebody's brain like that, you'd have to use some pretty strong MK Ultra mind control. Clint, thoughts?
Well, I was about to roll a joint, but the cult of Astarte or Tanit,
You know what
like
would be sick? Like if you could roll the joint and pass it to me across the screen, and I could take it from you.
well, it's like William Cooper goes over the Mystery Babylon thing because the Babylon was the key proprietor of this thing that's happening in culture. The the initiates of Astarte or Ishtar or Tanit or whatever name you want to call it, were symptomatic of the common people, whereas they were, this has to do with the theory that the Illuminati is part of the ancient Babylonian system of the Magi, and that the Kadesh and the Kadesha would castrate themselves, and that this idea of castration is prevalent among the Illuminati, and that it's documented in books that the Illuminati were castrating themselves, that there was a cult in Russia that was castrating themselves in the hundreds of thousands, and that it's not anything to do with what they think it's to do with. It's something to do with ancient Babylon and this ancient religion that is given, it's disseminated through the masses, through the public, and that they are self-replicating memes, and that this ancient system of words and the self-replication factor is something that the ancient Babylonians understood, and that these stories that are created and these ideologies are used to manipulate the masses, to whereas they create these passion plays that make a traumatic event which affects a person indelibly, according to Archon Da rule, which means permanently. So when the person is traumatized by this passion play, they are then taught a gnosis, and then they are given this knowledge, and it is permanently ingrained in their mind, to whereas 9/11 is one of these things. They created these people who are running the show are alchemists, and not the metal way. For you to even believe that alchemy is about lead turning into gold is to be a victim of the alchemical meme and the system of the ancient order of the alchemists, and it has to do with ancient Egypt, with the priesthood of Osiris and the Osiric cycle. It's like I was offered honorary Masonic scholarship and membership for writing about the Masonic Osiric cycle, and that this thing that is in ancient times is in modern times, and it's being brought about by the Magi, who are they're running the culture. That's why I think Jamie's so important, because it's like she's talking about culture creation. These people are creating what's cool, and that there's fake cool going on. And me and Todd have talked about it, and Lee, the other Lee from England, we've talked about it several times, where it's like there's artificial cool things happening. It's not real cool, it's fake cool, and that they're controlling the masses, not directly but through culture. And that's why Terrence McKenna was so important, because he warned against culture, and that culture is like a runaway train that we don't have to worry about AI, we have to worry about culture, because culture is a runaway train, and that it's leading us somewhere. It's being made by itself, words as a machine. That's what the priesthood is, the artificers of fire.
And hey, real quick, just want to interject this before I totally lose it. I came across something interesting. And we're talking about ancient Babylon. It's a little bit relevant to that, but there's a singer on YouTube. Her name's Rula Safar, and she actually sings in Akkadian, and it's really trippy sounding. I invite anybody to look her up and listen to it. And the song I have right in front of me is called Incantation to Ishtar. And if you listen to it, it seems to almost kind of have an effect on your mind. It's a little bit hard to explain. You'd have to actually listen to it to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, fucker.
The initiates of the priesthood would use
that
song.
Put a link on you.
Well, we can't play it because of copyrights.
Can't
but
play it?
No.
Darn it.
The priesthood of Babylon was known to use
Boy,
singers.
Clint, you couldn't have put that any better, buddy. You couldn't put that any better, what you're trying to describe.
Well, the
It's so
Enuma
hard to
Elish,
get your arms around this thing that you're talking about.
the Enuma, I hope I'm saying this right. Enuma Elish was like a play in Babylon it was a creation story. It's about the creation of the universe, and it's my understanding that it would actually include singing and dancing. It was kind of like an operatic type of thing, but it was a parade.
Yeah.
Well, Clint was talking about culture creation and how these guys are masters at it, and that's what they're involved in.
Well,
that's subtle. That's not culture creation. Isn't a sledgehammer. Culture creation is a little bit more finesse. All out war is a sledgehammer, busting shit up. Culture creation, changing things, more finesse. You know, it's subtle. It's coming in on the outskirts, moving in. It's like teriyaki sauce marinating into your chicken or your steak.
Oh, yeah. Well,
It has to take a half hour or a half a century or quarter century to slowly marinate.
Teriyaki steak. Now that sounds interesting.
Well, this parade you speak of is a passion play. These passion plays, came from the ancient world. And that's we've seen the video of Bohemian Grove. It's a passion play about the solar epoch. And
it's magic.
Yeah, it's they've turned reality and made it interchangeable with words.
One thing about Bohemian Grove, Daniel, you were playing some like full color videos on your last show of Bohemian Grove, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, and I'm not sure why I didn't get a copyright strike for that, or why I was doing that.
Somebody snuck in there like a month or two ago and got full color ones, way better than the Alex Jones ones.
Oh, yeah.
And you were playing that on your last show. I was watching. I don't remember why or how you started in. I forget, but you were playing that. These people are doing this. Think about this. If your next door neighbor went out, all of a sudden your next door neighbor in the backyard, and then he's wearing robes, and there's other people coming out, and they're wearing robes, and they light a cross on fire.
Alrighty then.
All of a sudden there's a giant fucking owl figure out there. You'd call the police. but because it's these prestigious politicians.
No, I'd go in there with my shotgun and I would put an end to all of that. I'd say, you fucking pagan pieces of shit.
There you
I'd
go.
have the drums
When
playing.
it's your neighbor, you'd go take him out.
Well, hold on.
The verbs.
You got to remember that whole Masonic thing of the getting your goat. These are passion plays. They don't create any specific thought. They create a human, a passion. Someone who's they see the play and they have a specific feeling, and that the feeling is how they manipulate the masses because they're getting them to feel.
Did you listen to that Eminem track?
Oh yeah, I downloaded the album and listened to it a few times.
The new Eminem.
Yeah, the new one, The Death of Slim Shady.
Oh,
It
send
goes,
me that. Send me
Tobey
that.
Maguire was bit by a spider, but I was bit by a goat.
Yeah, it reminds me of it's like I don't know if he is trying to mimic what he sees or if he is given certain material that he has to produce. It's really bizarre.
He may have been replaced, just like Biden was.
Well, the idea that he's paid someone for lyrics is absolutely pathetic for anybody who's in the lyricist world.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, certain songs he bought the lyrics off other rappers, and it was like, what? Like, you can't just mimic the whole Future sound, like that rapper Future. That's when Future came out. It's like he had this rap style that was really like. It's hard to explain, but like
Future has a badass song called Black Jew.
Huh. Yeah, Daniel sent me that one.
It goes like, it's like something about my people born in the ghetto, Black Jew, and also Future is the father of Russell Wilson's stepkids or stepson.
And Russell Wilson is who again?
Never mind.
Well, there is on that point. There is certain people that are in the Black community that believe in this. What's that called? The I can't think of what it's called.
I sent you the album, Todd. I sent you the whole album. And yeah, Clint, you're completely right about that. The black Hebrew Israelites.
It was a while back. Daniel. It was a couple of years ago or a year ago when you sent me that. It was a while back when you sent me that. So.
Oh yeah, the Black Jew. But
a while back.
The Black Hebrew Israelites. I think that I mean, the only thing I disagree with them, I don't believe that they are the exact Jews. I feel like they are a tribe of Jews. They are a tribe of Israel and several other peoples, like the tribe of Ethiopians are one of the tribes, and they are Jewish, and in Israel they don't like them very much. They treat them like shit if they move there, even though they should be more than welcome. Because Israel is white supremacist, they don't like their own people, the Jews.
There was a time when they were trying to get our goats with the black Israelites during the Covington Kid thing, when the black Israelites were meeting the Covington Kids, and the Indian came in with the drum. And remember the big Covington Kid story where
is this way back in the day?
Yeah, way back in the day. Remember the Covington?
Like what, the 70s or something like that?
No, when that kid sued because the Indian came in his face with the drum going bong, 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 bong. And CNN said, look at this 17-year-old racist white punk kid. We should wipe his face. Just smash his face. Do you remember when CNN said smash his face? So he won $1 million lawsuit against CNN.
Oh yeah,
because it's fake news saying
it's just
I
like
didn't
that.
say any of that. I was just standing there while the Indian beat his drum in my face, and the black guys were yelling at us. Fuck you Christian kids!
It's just like that
Christian punk kids.
It's just like
that.
They
were yelling at him. They were yelling at him. You're stupid.
It's just like that case with that kid that painted his face for the Indian Chiefs game, and his grandfather was a chief of a tribe, and that he sued CNN.
Racist, and they shamed him.
and they only showed, or no, it was
half red and half black, and their team.
Yeah, it wasn't CNN he sued. It was someone else, but
isn't it a little racist when they go,
when they do the Indian thing?
At the football games, everyone in the stadium's going.
I guess it depends on
the logos and stuff were created by Native American. Like the logo for my hat was made by a Native American, and that the tribes were proud of it. And that this idea that these communists are saying that the tribe logos are bad is ridiculous.
You wouldn't even be hearing these stories. You wouldn't even be.
Well, I'm part of 4 types of Indian.
You wouldn't even be hearing these arguments if communist leftist professors back in the 70s hadn't started whittling their way into American society about how horrible we are. These scumbags back in the 70s, I mean, America's done some bad stuff, but is it bad altogether? Would you throw away everything good America's done?
If you listen,
shitty parts of our history suck.
Well, if you listen
to the United States just because there were some bad people long ago, our country has the greatest ability to produce good and going into the future. There you go, Daniel.
If you listen to the William Cooper, the the planned education of your child episodes is 3 parts. He documents KGB on the American Board of Education revising the American in the 90s, revising the American Board of Education system to dumb down the nation and to brainwash them all into socialist communism. And that
no, the Rockefellers didn't want educated people; they wanted a monopoly. The whole fucking country's been taken over by these commie globalists a long time ago. They whittled their way in. America is the greatest place on earth. I mean, if you want me to echo again, if we lose.
All right, Todd. Thank you. Enjoyed that. Thank you. And so moving on, we could continue to go down that road, but I want to get to the next news story. Right about a little over 3 hours here. This is an old news story, so it's not news, but I realized, hey guys, we missed this one. Let's backtrack. We got to talk about this. And what I mean is from CNBC. This is actually from May 30th, so it's a couple months old. A top secret meeting is kicking off in Madrid with the CEOs of Google, DeepMind, Anthropic, and Microsoft AI in attendance. And guess what this meeting is called? Yes, it is the annual Bilderberg meeting. And the main topics happen to be AI and it seems like they're really focused on this AI thing. Oh, also, here's a list of topics. State of AI, AI safety, changing faces of biology, climate, probably climate change, future of warfare. Oh, very important to these assholes because they're always starting wars. Geopolitical landscape, Europe's economic challenges, U.S. economic challenges, U.S. political landscape, Ukraine and the world. Oh, they've got to be focused on Ukraine, right? In old times known as Khazaria, the Middle East, China, and of course, Russia. It's in its 70th year. The Bilderberg meeting was established in 1954 to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. And as you guys know, this is where all the bigwigs are, all the big 13 family, Druid, witch coven people, Luciferian bigwigs, big bankers, and owners of corporations, CEOs, and things of that nature, people of that nature. What do you think about that, Todd?
Well, whatever runs the world, if it's some giant fucking eye in the triangle with arms coming down, or some fucking demonic thing in the sky or whatever that's controlling these people, that's where the people that run the world kind of get together to get their marching orders. So, yeah, once a year, whatever that thing is in the sky that's telling these, or underground, telling these people what to do, that's where they meet. So all those topics, Daniel, are where or what they want us to focus on, or what they're going to focus on. That's surface level stuff too, Daniel. Like on the surface of the earth, not underground or up in space.
I remember years ago they were talking about space weapons. That was either Bohemian Grove or it was Bilderberg.
Well, Trump created Space Force, and now they have in the news they're talking about Space Force all the time with these
Space Force.
Space Force. That's where they have soldiers that are doing things in space, maybe on the outskirts of space, not in deep space. But definitely involved in space.
Space was made in a Hollywood basement.
Well, you were talking about the Bilderbergs meeting. I took a leak and grabbed a beer real quick. What was?
Yeah, he said the Bilderbergers are meeting this week, Daniel. This week.
That was back in May. Remember, this is an old news article that we missed that we really should have been talking about on this show, and because of that, I time traveled. Now we're talking
about them pure scum.
Well, to generally talk about the Bilderbergs, it's like they allow all the major media speakers, like I don't know who's on the news these days, but all those anchors that are on the news. Damn, I just dropped my lighter. hold on. They
Let's
go
talk
to
about-
the Bilderberg meetings, and that they are sworn an oath of secrecy to what they hear at the Bilderberg meetings, and that the fact that these people call themselves journalists is disgusting because
Yeah, no, Clint's got a good point. It's
they're
filled
betraying.
full of journalists. All the top journalists go to Bilderberg. All the big newspapers, and yet they never announce one word of Bilderbergers ever in any news publication.
Clint, hold that
How
up
is
again.
that possible?
What?
Hold that up again.
I grabbed my lighter so I had to grab the dab torch.
Don't burn your mustache off.
What's he doing, Todd? Is he out of his
Yeah.
mind?
Smoking some crack over there, Clint. What's going
No,
on?
I grabbed my lighter so I grabbed the fucking. Where the fuck's my lighter
For
at?
people listening that aren't watching the video version of the show, Clint just pulled out this fucking blowtorch.
Clint's lighting his cigarette with a blowtorch. Yeah. He's beyond just putting a lighter to his bowl. Now he's fucking blowtorching it.
Oh, well, I don't know where my
Got like
lighter
a-
went.
Clint's got like a 3-inch bowl that's stuffed with like a half an ounce of marijuana. And he's just
He must have some DMT crystals on top of that weed.
like he's got iron lungs. Oh,
I haven't done the
iron
DMT for like over
lungs.
10 years.
We should go to Bohemian Grove and just all
So
smoke
give me a-
DMT together.
We're giving you a hard time.
Well, I don't think there's any particular.
Go to Bohemian Grove and smoke DMT as we sit in the background with these night vision.
And then we worship the giant owl. We're not
Oh,
worthy.
oh,
We're not worthy.
oh,
Prime mother.
oh.
I feel like I'm
Mother-
on dual survivorship.
Put on
I
our-
like this joint.
Put on her KKK robes. You know,
Whoa.
put on her fake KKK robes like the Blazing Saddles. Remember how they sneak
What's
in
that
at the end?
group in Europe that wears the black KK hoods? Is that the Knights of Malta, or was that a
Probably
different
is.
group?
Well, the popes probably have some fucking KKK hoods over there.
That's the Alumbrados
Do,
of the.
do,
That's
do you
the
remember?
Jesuit
Oh, that's the
Vatican.
Alumbrados, yeah, in
Spain.
Spain, the Inquisition, the Inquisition.
They're from Spain. What are they called?
Alumbrados.
Well, the
It
Alumbrados.
means illuminated in Spanish.
There was the Spanish Inquisition wore black robes with the hood, with the pointed caps. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You're
where
right, Danny.
KKK comes from. Is the Vatican, the Alumbrados.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
And then
don't
they chose
KKK
white
guys.
instead of black.
Don't they wear the whatchamacallit, the Red Cross?
They do have a red cross on. Yeah.
What's
It's
that
a
thing called
symbol of
again?
it's a symbol of all their symbolism leads to the crest of the Vatican, which is a dragon, and that they even call their
Knights of
leaders the Grand
Circle.
Dragons or whatever. You know
No, the main leaders are Cyclops. Yeah. Cyclops. I told you that the leader of the KKK was a Democratic senator named Robert Byrd, and
Yeah.
he ruled the Senate in the United States up until like the early 80s.
there's a
He kept
post
it a
right now.
secret.
Well, I made a post
Oh.
about this thing of saying that the
And Bo
Democrats were
Bo
racist.
Biden said that Robert Byrd was like the spirit of the Senate. So Bo Biden literally just honored the head of the.
If you don't vote for
Klan.
me, you ain't black.
Yeah, then he
Don't vote for
co-signed
me, you ain't
KKK,
black.
and it's like people are following the Democratic bullshit. When Democrats ran the slave trade, when New York
Democrats
seceded,
created literally the KKK created the Democrat Party. I mean, it was
the Illuminati, but it's like in the Civil War, the New York City, they were Democrats. They seceded from the Union so they could continue slave trade. You know, and guess who's in New York? You know, the fucking British
history
Crown
is obviously way misunderstood. The Crown was supporting England, was supporting the South. So
yeah,
if you
the
think
Union.
England's cool.
The
They were trying to help the Confederates.
Well, the Confederate flag is the Union Jack British flag. And that, you know, Albert Pike was pro-British. And all these, like, Cecil Rhodes, like, in modern times, is the same pro-British movement that is looking for world British imperialism. and that it's all
And we're not just
programmatic.
saying this to say vote for Republicans. This is just history.
Yeah,
A long time ago. I mean, literally, the Democrats, Ku Klux Klan, same thing.
yeah, they're all
That's who are
internationalists
Democrats.
towards this world government, and that's
Today, I'm
the
not saying that's who they are today. You know, Democrat Party has a long history, but they created the Ku Klux Klan, or the Ku Klux Klan created the Democrats.
yeah.
But the alt-right or the so-called conservatives, they're all super pro-Israel, all completely blinded by Zionism and AIPAC and international banking and all that nonsense. Even though a real
now you
Jew
have the
should
big
not be
fucking-
about Israel or
Well, hold on.
Zionism. It should be about Messiah. Go ahead.
That's the thing, is that the word conservative, it's a word that it can be used to manipulate, because the word you could be conservative towards a constitutional republic, or you could be conservative towards a world government, socialist, communist war machine.
Conservative
And
towards
these people,
racist ideals. You want to conserve those racist
Look how much
ideals.
disinformation comes through the conservative side of things with
well, that's the thing, though,
QAnon.
is that most of these conservatives they're communists. Ronald Reagan was a communist. It's like there's this post I was going to bring up that's got like 10,000 views right now, where I was telling people it was about slavery in the 1800s, and I was saying, well, the Democrats were slave masters, and I posted 2 pictures of Democratic propaganda, which they were making fun of Republicans for being pro-black in the 1800s, and all these people were in denial. And it was like, it's like, okay, you're gonna sit here and I told people, I was like, reverse Google search this picture and you will see that it's from the Library of Congress. It's a real picture about Democratic propaganda that was making fun of Republicans for wanting to free slaves. You know, and this is a huge thing that's going on right now.
Democrats called Republicans the worst terms you can't even say today, because they were trying to help black people.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's disgusting how history has been reversed.
They were saying what Democrats. I know it's sick how history's been reversed.
Yeah, have you seen the posts and the comments on the post that I made? And it was like, you're going to deny these 2 pictures that are clearly making fun of Republicans for being pro-black. You know, in the 1800s.
Democrats made fun of Republicans because they were trying to help black people. They called them N-word lovers and lots of other words you can't even fucking say on show today.
Well, plus you know that the Democratic Society was founded by one of Weishaupt's Illuminati goons, Anacarsis, I believe his name was, or I can't remember the other name, but you know, they started the Democratic Society, and that it was a branch of the Illuminati. Demos in Latin means mob rule. You know, it's like the KKK used democracy to vote and hang people, just like the UN uses democracy to vote for wars and force American troops to invade countries.
The French Revolution used democracy to kill 50,000 people, execute them or imprison them in a 1 year period.
Well, it was millions.
The reign of terror. No, but I'm saying over 1 or 2 years, when the reign of terror started, they killed and imprisoned 50,000 people who died. Using democracy. The mob was coming to every town. If you weren't with them, they were fucking dragging you out of your house, like you saw during the Summer of Love. Well, the Summer of Love was a preview of what these shitheads will do if they get control of our country.
Well, that's why
if you think for a fucking minute that you're safe, man, these guys could turn the fire hose of violence and mobs on you, like you just saw during the Summer of Love, when they let them rage everywhere. They fucking rounded up every Trump supporter that went to D.C. on that day, that went in the Capitol. They let every motherfucker loose that protested across the United States for a fucking year.
Oh yeah, the media didn't cover any of the Molotov cocktails in Minnesota.
That was a jiu-jitsu flip. The people that went to D.C. on January 6th got flipped using jiu-jitsu. They had a real fucking issue that they came to peacefully protest. They all got flipped, and now thousands of them are in jail. And they let communists rampage across the United States, setting cities on fire in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Just like fucking.
Well, that's to the viewers' sake. Hold on. To the viewers' sake, Todd is not just spewing some kind of drunken rant. Liberty, equality, and fraternity is the phrase of the Illuminati, and that this is how I know that Todd is a real researcher and not some kind of bullshit artist, because when you say the phrase of the Illuminati and you know what it means, you know, and we're sitting here living this thing that we're seeing, it's all by the Illuminists, the Illuminati, who have made the religions of all the different sides. They've made the different parties. They've created all this illusion for us to sit here and regurgitate on, you know, not us, but the people on Twitter, of course, and that, you know, they're all sitting there doing the bidding of the Illuminists, the people that are running the show.
You know why this show's called End of Days Radio? Because we're coming down to the end of days. And when we say end of days, we don't mean the world's coming to an end as much as we don't know what's going to happen, but things are changing so fast that whatever you thought is ending. That's how fast shit is going to change now. And man, I appreciate you, Daniel, for putting this show on. Anybody out here listening that likes to hear this stuff, please realize Daniel don't ask a dime to put this thing on. So, donate to Daniel. Fucking please. Give Daniel cash.
Oh, yeah. Well, back to the subject.
I'm trying for like the last 5 minutes to get this video to work that Trevor Coker sent me.
What are we looking at?
This is hidden footage the royal family does not want you to see. Let's see if I can even get it to freaking play now.
Like an X-ray of their teeth. What are we looking at?
It's some kind of ceremony. It looks like a druidic ceremony.
You see their dental records.
Well, I don't think Todd can see it, so we're gonna have to verbally say what we're seeing. Is it playing or? We can't have dead air time, Dan.
Oh, dead air time away.
This shit is not working.
You can just verbally describe what you've seen to us.
We're looking at right here.
So damn it, that was not even playing the whole time.
It looks like an initiation ceremony of druids. They're all wearing cloaks. The high priest looked like was wearing the white cloak, you know, as a symbol of the most illuminated, and you know the outer core always wears red or orange.
There's always one guy that has the white full hooded thing and then a red cross on the front of it. There's always one of those guys, especially in like the comic books from the 50s, you know, where they were depicting Ku Klux Klan.
That's how you know. Well, the Vatican Templars were not the same as the original Templars, because their flag was simply black and white.
The Order of the Solar Cult. Well, the Red Cross, right? Red Cross.
Oh, here it's playing now.
1946, before Queen Elizabeth was coronated.
Oh, it's the coronation of Queen Elizabeth.
She was initiated into a druidic order. This is
there you go.
Footage that the House
Guess who's talking about that?
Oh yeah, the Druids.
I believe that.
I mean, that's
a druidic order is almost higher than all these other witch groups, because
the oracles at Delphi.
That's what the Romans tried to wipe out. The Romans tried to wipe out the Druids.
1940.
Well, the whole idea of Hollywood. Jordan Maxwell's research about how the monuments in America and all over the world have Hollywood planted around them. And this druidic system is fully in place in concealment. Oh, where'd he go? Dan just disappeared.
We're told that the Romans tried to wipe out the Druids, right? When they went into England, when they reached the English Isles, they chased the Druids to the very edge of the continent. I mean, we're told this history. There was the last Druids that were left sitting at the fucking very edge of the last kingdom that the Roman Empire was hunting down to try to rub them out, because that's what they did, supposedly. That's what we're told.
Yeah.
So there was the last stand of the Druids at the edge of the English Empire, and then the Romans finally took it over. That's why England is filled supposedly with Roman ruins.
Well, the Romans, though, also they would absorb and combine the different religions too. So the the Druids might have been absorbed into the Roman Mithraist cults, and that because we've seen the video of well, I'm assuming that you've seen the video and the pictures of the Pope with the Aztec rituals, and all these different rituals of all different religions around the world,
encompassing all the different religious elements.
like how Catholic means universal in Latin, and it's like this Babylonian system is it's like the Borg. It's so comparable, where they're just simply absorbing different cultures and religions, and and then they're pretending to be the same culture, but yet they're controlling the people.
Well, what they realized is it was easier if we didn't destroy and get rid of their culture and their religion altogether. We'll let them stay intact, and then we'll move to the next city. We'll be in control, but we'll leave their leaders and their priests and everything and their religion intact. And then we'll move down the line and take over the next thing. So you don't get animosity. It reduces the amount of friction.
Yeah, well, that's what they've done with the Constitution, is that they've gotten rid of the Constitution, and they leave the masses, all these people, on to believe that we still have a constitutional republic, but we clearly don't. And that
the thing that like one of the hidden elements, I'm kind of backtracking back to the video. These people that are in control of the world, we want to pinpoint exactly where they're from, but the problem is that they moved around constantly back in the old days. They were nomadic people. So they could have been in Egypt. They could have been in Babylon. They could have been in many different civilizations and nations.
Well, that's why the Masons and the communists use the term fellow travelers, because they travel.
Look at protection. let's take a modern. Sorry, Clint, to interrupt. Let's take a modern example of how you protect the president. You know how you protect the president? He's got to be there and he's got to be running it, but he's got to be protected. So you put a hidden shield around him, so he can at least stand there and represent himself. But you have a hidden shield of people that are going to rush in case he gets attacked and take bullets for him if necessary. Same shit these people do. As they move, they still have to run the place, but they have to get out of bullet range.
All right, guys, fantastic discussion. Sorry to cut you off, Todd, but we are coming to a close here. We are at the 3 hour 45-minute mark. So we want to keep the show at about 4 hours. That way it is digestible for those listening to the audio version, as well as any other version, because we want to give people a chance to actually listen to this. Unfortunately, I do have some bad news, guys. Unfortunately, due to some personal matters of mine, some business matters, we're going to have to take the next 2 weeks off, because I have to do some very, very important work on my in my personal life. So I do apologize. I did not want to do this, but it might be a good time for a break anyways, because we've been on a really hot run, had some great guests on. It's been a while since we took our last break. So I think this is a good thing. Let everybody kind of recharge their batteries. I'll be out and about. I'll be on social media. I might even, do someone else's show or two. But End of Days Radio will be gone for 2 weeks. But when we come back, we are going to come back with a freaking bang. We're going to have some killer guests. We're going to have some killer topics. and the show is going to be back stronger and better than ever, and we will go on another amazing run. So bear with me for a couple weeks. Go listen to past episodes. Get caught up on those that you have not heard yet. You can always go to endofdaysradio.com, listen to that 24-hour stream of End of Days Radio. It's literally End of Days Radio, the internet radio station. Again, I apologize, but we have to do this. It will be greater in the long run. But let's talk to the guys one last time. Let them say their final words. Let's start with you, Clint.
You ever thought about trying to apply for a job as like a baseball announcer or something? It seems like you could send them the End of Days Radio thing and be like, "Yo, this is my qualifications." You know,
I've tried doing stuff like that, and they're like, "Dude, you're fucking nuts. We want nothing to do with you."
Why? Really?
Yeah, you think people want to?
Seems like you got a good radio voice.
Thank you. A lot of it's just my effects processing and stuff like that. To turn up the bass a little bit. But that would be awesome. Like, for example, I saw I saw a job ad. You know Amanda Knox, Foxy Noxie.
I think so.
She had a job ad to be her like podcast producer. And it was a little bit too far away from me, and plus I already work somewhere else. But yeah, I look at stuff like that every now and then.
Oh yeah, that's badass.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
this is not about
shout out. Sorry, I'm on number 6 of Coors Light, and I don't usually drink. So, but my YouTube is
go ahead,
third world, and one word. My other YouTube is Illuminati News. Under the YouTube thing is Feed the Gods. You know, if you look at the URL,
Third World and Feed the Gods. Those are the 2 channels.
Yeah, Illuminati News under YouTube. But I'm doing an episode tonight with Todd for the first episode because my YouTube got banned for saying the V word on a William Cooper upload where Anthony J. Hilder made a song and he said the V word and then he said nanotech or something, and
don't get them mad at me.
Well, it triggered the algorithm, and then the algorithm didn't even have the timestamp right, and like, and they're just like, oh, you know, they voided my appeal or whatever. But so basically they gave me a strike, so I have to live stream on a different YouTube because, you know, my regular YouTube, I can't upload anything for like 3 more days. But like, but yeah, check out the YouTubes and listen to the William Cooper stuff that I upload because it's very important. You know, he was more free than any of us will ever be because, you know, in his eyes, we're probably all cowards, you know, and that it's sad to say that we are economic slaves under a world government, which is the symbols of the Illuminists and their rising Atlantis and all this other crap. And they're sitting there shearing us. And, you know, it's if we don't come together and forget our religions, forget our race, and just be Americans and be one, then we're all going to get screwed. Because if America goes down, then it's all over. Because the whole world, there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to run. Yuri Bezmenov said it. You know, Cooper says it. All these other people say it. You know, where America is the last vestige of freedom. And that we, the people, if we don't have freedom, then we're slaves. That's all there is to it. And that, you know, but that's basically it. And then if Dan wants to come on the after show, I'm doing an after show on the Illuminati News channel, Feed the Gods, and that but yeah, that's about it.
All right, thank you, Clint. Let's go to the Todd man, Todd Miller Light.
You got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Oh, nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. I'm trying to tell you, man, there's nothing left if America falls. The rest of these countries, we're paying them, we're propping them up. Freedom goes away. So right on, Clint. Thank you for representing that. Daniel, thanks for putting on an incredible show as usual and giving us the forum to sit here and do this. There ain't another show in the world like this. So if you appreciate this, please help Daniel. Look, all these guys out there they charge money, they run ads. Daniel lets a free flow of consciousness go for 4, 5, 6 hours, 3 hours of just crazy nutballs. Take your mind to the outer limits of the universe and in the innerverse, which is the universe you live in. And man, we can't thank you enough, Daniel, for putting this on. Hopefully we're doing something to contribute to it. And thank you for Nick's tonight. That was so cool. Nick's, on all that stuff you were talking about earlier, there's an outer and an inner core of these groups, the Illuminati, the Masons. There's the group that gets the secrets, and the one, even in a secret society, there's a society that knows and a society that doesn't know. Government groups are behind almost all the Nazi groups and the patriot groups and the fucking radical groups. On Nick's, she was talking about continuum of force. My wife graduated from college in criminal justice, and I read her school books, and they were talking about the use of force continuum. Police approach you as, are you fighting them or not? If you're not fighting them, then they don't fight you. But if you resist, there's a force continuum that goes up. Every part that you resist, more cops come in. If you're resisting handcuffs, then they're going to get 2 or 3 guys. So they've taught a pyramid of force. So if you get arrested, just give in to them. If you're a conspiracy guy, you might get killed under this former current government. But anyways, the reason they shoot for the chest is because it's easier to kill somebody. Also, what they don't teach you to shoot for the head, they teach you to shoot for the center of mass, this cavity in the middle, because they know that even if one bullet goes through your chest or your heart or your lungs, you're probably going to die. The head's a harder target. So they teach FBI and all these guys to shoot for the center of mass, which is right around the chest area. We can use that too. On that book, The Hounds, Nick's brought up The Hounds by H.P. Lovecraft. I don't want to spoil it, but in the end, the narrator kills himself. So go read that story. It's over 100 years old. It's fantastic. It's only 10 pages. I think today's audience can do that. Number one group turning things good and bad is the government. The government creates good groups and the bad groups. So, corrupt police. Most movies, beyond the police, most movies, people don't realize they used actual corpses, human bones. We were talking about the Odd Fellows, where they find caskets or bones buried in the walls of these Odd Fellows lodges. A lot of movies, they use human cadavers. Poltergeist used masses of cadavers in the swimming pool scene at the end. Actual skeletons. So as that woman was buried in mud and water flowing in, and she's clawing at skeletons and screaming, those are actually real skeletons, because that's how weird Hollywood is. And then, anyways, that's pretty much it, Daniel. I sure appreciate your show. There's a few notes I wrote down. You still there?
Yeah. Appreciate that, Todd. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. And boy, 2 weeks off, Daniel. We're gonna miss you so much. But I told you I have to take 2 weeks off because my wife wants me every other weekend.
Well,
that's why
everybody, you can go listen to Illuminati News with Clint. You can listen to Threshold States with Jen. You can listen to the Michael Deacon program,
Subconscious Realms with General Lee.
Subconscious Realms, Stygian Charters.
Stygian Charters. All of our friends that have shows, go visit them.
No Apologies with Raven Kiefer.
Raven Keeper, I love Raven Keeper, man. He is super brain.
BG Cast.
BG Cast. Daniel, who are we missing? Who's the big ones we're missing? Because we love everyone. Chad Warren, he doesn't have a channel. We love him. Geo, maybe Geo will come on. Al, the Martian Medicine Man.
Yeah, all the Martian Medicine Man.
And Daniel, that's all thanks to you, buddy, that we're talking about all these people and all kind of a community here.
Oh, I thought of one.
So thank you.
Todd, let's not forget about Jamie Hanshaw's show.
Jamie Hanshaw. I hope Jamie Hanshaw's listening to us now. She's so beautiful and such a super brain.
Shout out to her and her show, Out of This World.
Yeah, I just subscribed once she came on there, man. I'm glad you put her on here, Daniel. She's incredible, incredible.
Am I forgetting anybody else? I feel like there's got to be that.
Oh, there's some big ones.
There's
some big ones. No, there's some people that we're missing.
Let's not forget Occult Rejects.
Dr. Robert needs his own show.
Down the rabbit hole, Dr. Robert.
He needs his own show. You're producing, you're giving him this little fucking stage. He needs a big stage, a big wide stage to put everything he can on there.
Well, that's usually how those
really bringing it. He's really bringing it, Dr. Robert, every week. We sure appreciate what he's done. And everybody that you've had on here, Daniel, over the years is just incredible. So thank you, Daniel, for putting this on.
William Ramsey Investigates?
William Ramsey, love William. Let's not forget E.A. Coeding. We love E.A. Coeding.
We got to get him on again.
I would love to hear his response to.
I hope
William
he's not
Ramsey,
disappointed in me that I'm not like this crazy Luciferian guy anymore.
No.
Yeah.
He never did worship the devil, and I don't either.
I don't know about that.
He doesn't either. Maybe he does. I don't.
Well, it's nefarious.
I'm a chaos magician, not a Satanist. I'm not a Satanist. I'm a chaos magician. People confuse that.
All right, my man.
Chaos magic can be good and bad.
All right, Todd. Thanks, buddy.
All right, I love you, Daniel. Rock on, brother. Peace.
Rock on. Thank you, Todd. Just gonna run through everything else really quickly. Boy. Oh, we gotta do our mind-blowing moment of the day. I kind of like that Odin stuff. What was it called? The Cult of Odin or Odinism. I didn't know there was Odinism out there, but it kind of makes sense because we know these people are Nazis, right? And Nazis were all about Thor and Odin and all of that stuff. So I'll say it's the Odinism. One more news story we didn't get to. Trump tells Netanyahu there will be a third world war if he does not win. So we are in big trouble without a strong, powerful leader like Trump to negotiate and intimidate Russia and China and put them in their place and make sure they don't even think about messing with our country or our great America again. Moving on to sports real quick. The Paris Olympics had a very gay opening ceremony. It seemed to be very focused on transgender type of stuff. There's a bearded guy wearing female clothing, kind of shaking his ass around, and another guy that looked like Cupid or something like that was doing a peace sign. He was all painted blue. It's just weird stuff, nasty stuff. What can I say? More rainbow pride Illuminati theatrics for the masses out there. More promoting transgenderism. More weirdness. More occult weirdness. Was that really sports, or was that kind of like a normal sort of woo story that we talk about? It's kind of a hybrid. It's a cross between the two. Jason and Travis Kelce are launching their own cereal brand, so stay tuned for Kelce Loops or whatever they decide to call them. I remember Julio Rodriguez for a little while here in Seattle, the Mariner baseball player. On shelves we had Julios. It was like you're supposed to buy a box of Julios and collect it. I never bought any of those. I figured the cereal would get real rotten sitting in there. Moving to the world of the WWE, the rumor has it that Roman Reigns will be returning for SummerSlam. I have to wonder if this is going to launch a huge feud against the new bloodline. Very interesting to see the old bloodline take on the new bloodline, with Solo Sikoa heading the new bloodline and Roman Reigns leading the old bloodline, and hopefully Sami Zayn would be part of that old bloodline faction as well. That would be cool. Get all the guys back together. Paul Heyman too. That's pretty much all I got. We're just about to hit that 4-hour mark. Wow, great show. Sorry about the technical difficulties to start things off. It was my fault. I was messing around with my settings and I unclicked a box that I should have left checked. It led to chaos and it took me too long to figure it out. But I promise I will do better. I will do better. I will always do better. And thank you to Nix for a wonderful appearance. Thank you to General Lee, our good buddy. General Lee has done so much for this show. I can't even put it into words. My good friend, General Lee over at Subconscious Realms. And don't forget to check out Stygian Charters, the hot new podcast from Nix. Can't wait to see who ends up coming on that show. Things are just getting started over there. Wow. Best show. Thank you, Daniel. Of course. It's the least I can do. What am I here for? Except to be the premier and paramount paranormal, fringe, conspiracy, truth podcast and live video stream in the world. But I must finally bid thee adieu. It is time for me to go. I do thank you guys for joining me. I'm sorry that we don't go 5 hours. Hopefully 4 hours is enough for you. And I'm also sorry that we're going to have to take a little break. But I will be back. And I will be better than ever. Because like I said, I always do better. I always do a little bit better. I promise you some real hot content. Let's put it that way. When we come back, it's going to be the same show, but with a whole new attitude. It's going to be the attitude era of End of Days Radio. Thank you guys. This is Daniel signing off from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Signing out from the broken ruins of Babylon. Good night. And see you next time. And don't forget to donate.